Ina Mānoa ua kamaina, e aina I ka ihulau na mo. Moku mai ka pawa o ke au aila, ale ka ua ua e. He au malama kou haila, e kilohana no kane wai ke pili. Ho I pili aloha ne ka ua waahila, I ka ua ho'opulu I ke kula o puahia. Pua na ke kupuala leia ke kamane, kama ia I kama aina ke aloha. Aloha Mānoa I ka ua tuahine, hali hali ina maila e ka olu kahau kani. Kani a ela I ka uka o ka ho'i mai, ia aina kaulana I ka ulu lehua ke a o ka la o nani ua po. Po vehe ka wai pe e palai o vai a ke a kua. Ka paulai la o a ka I ka ua koko ulua o ka hala. Ua kau, ua holo, ua pae aku. Ua hoi ka ui o Mānoa. Ua hia hia.
Mahalo nui kumo Sora for opening this space and this place, and mahalo to each and every one of you for being here. Mahalo anui. Short little pule too, because you know things just flow through. But mai kawana lio, mai kawana lipo, mai kahikina, mai kaulana. Ye hele mai oi atu e te atua. Ye hele mai oi. E ha, e kanaha, e kalae. E kana vai, ye hele mai oi, e tu, ahina, a tane a tangaroa, mahalo e te atua. I na uhane I ta vai, o tane I ta vai ora. Thank you to the Creator, to the Spirit that is the water. Mahalo e ta la, I na wahine o ke kai. Thank you to the Grandfather Sun, to the Grandmother Moon. Mahalo ya wakia, e kane. And thank you to the Sky Father and the blessings of the rain. Mahalo e papahana motu e pai aina e ora mai. And thank you to the Earth Mother for whom we all reside. Mahalo e hina, ka le kuhimana I ike mai. And thank you to the Grandmother Moon for bringing us the knowledge of the times and the tides. Mahalo e mahina nui, mai te po I te au. And thank you to the great-grandmother who from the darkness of space brought us the light. Mahalo kako, e mana opono, e na o. And thank you to each and every one of you for doing what you feel is right. Mahalo e melene, e hulapa, e ho'oponopono. And thank you for the song, for the dance, and for the opportunity to make things right. Mahalo e te atua, e na uhane tawai, o tane I tawai ora. And thank you again to the Creator, to the Spirit that is the water. Amana, uanoa, lelevala kinoe, pai pai lima. Mahalo. Next, I'd like to call up Momi. I know she's going to share a little bit of history of Hawaii's lawn as well as Bachman Hall. It would be a bad thing to say that we're the first to do these things. So I'll turn it over to you, girlie. Mahalo nui.
Aloha mai kako. First, I just want to say how thankful and proud I am that everyone has gathered here today. It's been a lot of work organizing this, but I'm so proud that everyone's here. So we've got a lot of awesome events planned and talks scheduled, so I hope you can stay for a while. But just to begin, we wanted to open up with the history. It's an especially relevant history to our struggles. So this field, which is named after John Henry Wise, he was an aloha aina, and he was remembered for his service to the lahui. So at 19 years old, Wise was recognized for his intellect and potential and was sent to Ohio to attend Oberlin College, where he became the first collegiate Kanaka football player. But in 1893, Wise caught word of the overthrow of his kingdom and sought a way to come home. The missionaries who taught him were preparing to send him to other countries to spread their mission, but Wise wrote that his heart belongs in Hawai'i, and so despite the missionaries' plan, he came home to fight for his lahui. In 1895, Wise joined Robert Kalani'u Wilcox and took up arms against Sanford Dole's Republic of Hawai'i that overthrew Queen Lali'uokalani and sought to give our nation to America. He was arrested and tried for treason. He pled guilty to charges and refused to give up evidence against other conspirators. Following the illegal annexation of Hawai'i, Wise became a founding member of the Democratic Party of Hawai'i and served as a delegate. He also served as an interpreter of Olelo Hawai'i for the 1901 inaugural Hawaii Territory Legislature. Through various administrations, Wise worked to occupy space within the legal sphere to ensure the people of Hawai'i had a voice that remembers the true people of this aina and remembers our history. After about 25 years in politics, he retired to kalo farming and raising pigs on Molokai, returning to the aina. In 1926, he began teaching Olelo Hawai'i at Kamehameha schools and then became the second Olelo Hawai'i kumu at this university, and he taught until 1934. So we stand upon the legacy of an Aloha Aina who bravely acted to protect his people in a time of great need. And what better place to have an event such as today? Bachman Hall has also been the site of numerous protests at the university, mostly against Mauna Kea and also the creation of GMO kalo. And so today, may we stand as Aloha Aina for our Aina and Palestine. Mahalo. And next up to the stage is Ifit.
Aloha everyone, I'm Ifit, they, them, I'm a student here, and I'm just gonna communicate some really quick guidelines on security. Because it's militant movements that get things done. But there is nothing militant about disobeying discipline. And that is what we have, that's what we've instituted to protect ourselves, to keep ourselves safe. So I'm gonna do a really quick activity. When I say something, you say do, okay? Respect Kanaka Maoli, Aina, and Ea, and keep the area clean. Do! Remember why we are here, to support Palestinian life and liberation. Do! Raise consciousness, elevate Palestinian voices and those most marginalized, and prefigure liberatory futures for all. Do! That was a mouthful. Mask up to protect yourself from surveillance and to protect your comrades from illness. Do! Speak for yourself and not others. Do! Direct media to anyone in a yellow armband. And Kainoa and Keoni are two primary point people. If you know those folk, go ahead and point them out. Sorry. Do! And one last one. Seek help from anyone in a yellow vest. The yellow vest folk are going to be the security liaisons or the security marshals. Really just safety. We're watching, just so that things don't flare up. Do. These are do nots. And so I'm actually gonna have us say the entire thing. Do not engage with or provoke. Counter-protesters or agitators. People who have been trained in de-escalation will address these people, don't worry. And you don't have to repeat that, don't worry. Do not engage with media and press. Do not engage with campus security or police. Do not photograph people's faces without affirmative consent. Do not participate in racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or anti-Semitism, anti-indigeneity, anti-blackness, gendered and or sexual violence, ableism, or any discrimination of any kind. do not use alcohol, drugs, or smoking. And last one, please do not block paths or doorways. These are here to keep ourselves safe. Because who keeps us safe? We keep ourselves safe. Thank you. Bye. I'm inviting Sam to share our demands.
Hello everyone, thank you for coming today. As we all know, we have our demands as an organization, and I will be sharing those all with you today. So we demand for UH Mānoa to disclose and provide full transparency to all UH assets, including investments, donations, and grants. We demand UH Mānoa to divest and withdraw all UH funds from companies and institutions that are complicit in the Israeli occupation, apartheid, and genocide of Palestinian people. We demand UH to end involvement in the strategic partnership with Israel. We demand UH to boycott all Israeli academic and cultural institutions. We demand UH to end independent study abroad programs in Israel. We demand for UH to terminate the UR contract. We demand UH to hire a tenure-track member in Palestinian studies. And we demand for a ceasefire now. Thank you. And now I will be calling Heoli up to provide a speech on building sustainable liberator movements.
Aloha mai kako. Okay, we're gonna try that again because I was just sad. Aloha mai kako. Awesome. Do you guys know why we do that? Because I like to hear you talk. No. So for those of us, hold on. All right. So in Hawaii, right? If someone says aloha to you, they're not just saying hello or goodbye. They're saying that they recognize you. They're saying that they recognize the light inside of you. And so if they say aloha to you and you don't say it back, it's basically like telling them to F off. So, aloha mai kako. Awesome. How you guys doing? Yeah? It's a great day to support a free Palestine. Yes. It's a great day to support a liberated Palestine. Yes. It's a great day to end the occupation. That's a pretty broad one. We could talk about Hawaii too, but we're not talking about Hawaii today. We're talking about Palestine. I'm really happy to be here talking about Palestine. The last time I stood on this fake stage, we were actually talking about Mauna Kea. And it was during ASA 2019, I believe the year was. And there were a number of us Kia'i from the Mauna here, but there were also a number of Palestinians and scholars of Palestinian history here talking about Palestine in relationship to each other. And it's actually the last time I saw my dear friend, Nura Erkat. And I want to bring her into the space today. I know I said I was going to talk about building sustainable liberatory movements, and we might get there. But I actually want to start by reading something that Nura wrote. And the good news is she wrote it as a speech, so it's beautiful. But I'm gonna need you guys to practice being really good listeners, because it's like 4.5 pages. This is a speech that she wrote. Oh, it's gone, where'd it go? Sorry. Okay. This is a speech that she delivered on the 1st of November in 2023 at the Palestine Festival of Literature. And then it was republished and printed in a text called From the River to the Sea. And I want to start here today because everything we're doing today should take our focus back to Palestine, take our focus back to Gaza and Rafah, that are, a place that is undergoing enduring genocide, a place that does not need to be undergoing enduring genocide. And so I want to start here, and then maybe we'll talk a little bit about how important this place has been in fighting injustice like that which is being experienced in genocide. I do not know if I should speak to you as a teacher and tell you about Gaza, Should I tell you that Gaza was once a city district of historic Palestine that sits on the eastern coast of the Mediterranean Sea, that its harbor and fertile land has made it a focal point of trade and empire for centuries, including the Romans, Napoleon's France, and the Mongols, that prior to 1948, the Gaza district contained almost 90 towns and villages. It was 98 times larger than the current 140 square mile strip, making it the largest district in Mandatory Palestine until Zionist militias destroyed a majority of these towns. Upon Israel's establishment, a severely truncated Gaza absorbed nearly 25% of Palestinian refugees exiled from their former homes, increasing its population from 80,000 to 280,000. That number has grown to 2.2 million as of November 1st, who are predominantly refugees and children dependent on food and aid for survival. Do I explain to you that Israel began to circumscribe this Palestinian territory in 1993 as it was entering into the Oslo peace process, that it began a process of de-development, isolation, containment of Gaza with the intent to make it a Palestinian statelet and to instead focus on annexing the West Bank, whose lands it coveted and whose natives it also sought to remove? In this context, I can tell you that Israel imposed a land siege and a naval blockade hermetically sealing this coastal enclave, placing it on the subsistence diet just above starvation, relegating its conditions to bare life, and then systematically pummeling it with advanced weapons technologies in a bid to take the land without the people. To achieve in Gaza by warfare what it seeks to do in the West Bank through martial law, in East Jerusalem through administrative law, in historic Palestine through civil law, or should I speak to you as an attorney and tell you that when Israel withdrew its settlers and military infrastructure in 2005, that it maintained its effective control over the population registry, the skies, the underground water sources, the electromagnetic spheres, all points of ingress and outgress, and thus remains an occupying power with the duty to protect its civilians. That Israel has no right to self-defense. I'll say that again. Israel has no right to self-defense against the territory that it occupies, no more than Portugal had it to maintain its hold on Mozambique and Angola, that it must end its occupation. Should I explain that as a people fighting against colonial domination, alien occupation, and racist regimes, Palestinians have a right to use armed force so long as it is relegated by the laws of war? Would it be helpful to tell you that any use of force must be bound by the principles of distinction and proportionality, and that Israel has promised to disavow both? Its top military and political brass have made it clear that purpose is destruction, not accuracy, that there are no Palestinian civilians, that hospitals and schools and sources of electricity and fuel are not afforded the presumption of civilian infrastructure, or that they have expressed a specific intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a people based on racial, national, ethnic, or religious grounds, and demonstrated the specific underlying acts to deliberately inflict conditions of life to bring about such physical destruction. That intent and incitement are sufficient to trigger the convention without a single killing. And also the number of the dead in 26 days exceeds the lives stolen in the Bosnian genocide. Do I tell you that for the past 2 decades, Israel has gotten away with murder, but has changed international law to make its grotesque violence permissible? That it says Gaza is not occupied or sovereign, but a hostile entity. That this is not a civil war or an international armed conflict, but an armed conflict short of war. That Palestinians participating in hostilities are not merely targets when they pick up arms, but they are, as they sleep idly with their families, that the lives of their soldiers are worth more than the lives of enemy civilians, and proportionality is forward-looking, so untold destruction is reasonable and recommended. Do I remind the world what happens to Palestinians sets a new precedence to be applied globally, meaning sacrificing Palestinians to this brutality now means no one is safe in the future. No. I should speak to you plainly as a mother. I should tell you that every day my heart breaks over and over at the images of wailing babies, their faces covered in dust from the remains of what was once their homes, that I cannot bear the desperate cries of a little girl begging for her mother's corpse to get up, or of the young boy asking for a strand of his baby brother's hair before he is buried to have something to remember him by, or of the father who emerged from the crater that was once Jabalia, searching for his 3 children, asking for help to find his 3 babies somewhere beneath the weight of concrete and cruelty. Do I admit to you my sheer awe at the image of Wael Dahoud, who one day after the murder of his wife, his son, his daughter, who both sought to be journalists like him, returns to reporting a genocide of his people? Shall I describe my acute stress imagining 130 newborns in NICU at risk of death because of a lack of fuel and electricity, only to look up and hear anchors opine that this is a price worth paying because some civilians' lives are sacred? Or that when I ask my cousin in Ramallah how are her children faring, she says they have learned a painful lesson these past weeks, that world powers agree their lives are not worthy. Do I speak to you as a Palestinian and tell you that we are a remarkable people fighting a noble cause for freedom? That we understand clearly this is a genocidal campaign intended to complete the Nakba, to fulfill the Zionist fantasy of a land without a people despite a valiant people that refuse to disappear, who vow to stay in their homes rather than become refugees again, whose pride and love and rootedness and tradition and song and prayer and belonging will forever haunt settlers who build nuclear weapons, marshal global superpowers, and still tremble before the truth of our existence. We existed before Zionist colonial invasion. We exist now even among the rubbles of humanity remains. We will exist when Zionism is dismantled bit by every racist colonial bit. Let me speak to you as a comrade and tell you that we must fight on, that we must rest and breathe so we do not tire, that our efforts are causing global vibrations and generational change, filling streets from London, Cairo, to Beirut, Istanbul, shutting down Congress, shutting down Grand Central Station, shutting down Highway 101 in San Francisco. A State Department official has resigned. A UN official has resigned. Chile and Colombia rescinded their ambassadors. Bolivia cut its diplomatic ties. 2,000 black allies have signed on to a letter for Palestine. 3 million Belgian unionized workers refuse to transport Israeli weapons. Activists disrupted a Senate appropriations hearing to fund more war crimes. Hundreds of artists have called for a ceasefire. 66% of all Americans demand a ceasefire. That number is growing every day. Do not stop. And yet, as it happens, repression grows, reminding us to be vigilant. Palestine Legal has reported over 400 complaints of harassment, doxing, abuse in the past 3 weeks alone, when on average it receives 200 to 300 complaints a year. Law students have had offers revoked. Medical residents are being fired. The editor-in-chief of a cultural art magazine was fired. A top entertainment executive was removed. And while a racist, warmongering media and political establishment has resulted in the stabbing of a 6-year-old 26 times in his home in Illinois, and the murder of a Muslim woman in Texas, the Biden administration is mobilizing law enforcement to surveil social media of university students struggling for Palestinian freedom. The White House press secretary, in absolute disregard for intellectual honesty and journalistic integrity, has compared our calls for a ceasefire and an end to genocide to tiki torch marches in Charlottesville. These are incredibly scary times. The point is to make us cower in fear, and we can only win if we stand up fight back, do not be silenced, but speak with vigilance. And here, if I can humbly ask for your support, I ask for you to support Palestine Legal, doing all its work with only 6 staff attorneys. So begin here by supporting Palestine Legal and defending our front lines so that you all and many, many thousands more can stand up and fight back until a free Palestine, until all our kin are freed from cages, until these lands are free, until all our siblings can live in safety and dignity, until freedom, until freedom, until freedom for all. May we be triumphant. So those of you who are late, I didn't write that. I'm not going to take credit for the brilliant work of Nura Erakat, but I thought it was appropriate to begin with her work. Because this is a much less intimate setting, which is great. I'm glad there's a lot of people here. You guys are really far away, making this like manufactured distance between us. I'm just going to say a few things about movements, student movements, sustainable liberatory movements. I teach my students in my classes on Hawaiian politics and indigenous politics about movement strategy and social movement theory. And one of the things we talk about, in addition to the importance of having a vision, right? This is one of the things that brings us here today, is not just the specific goals dictated by our demands, which were very beautifully dictated by Sam, I believe, who was just before me. Yes, Sam. One of the things that brings us here today is a bigger vision. Something that, the big picture of the world we wish to live in together. A world where people are fed, a world where our children are safe, a world where we can drink water out of our streams, a world where your tax money is not sent to make weapons to bring life upon people on the opposite end of the globe, a world where my daughter isn't awoken to the sound of military helicopters over her bed at 3 in the morning, those same military helicopters that will wreak havoc on someone else's land a week, a month, a year later. So I want us today to think about that vision. I want us to talk about that vision. When you're screen printing, when you're making shirts and patches, when you're eating snacks, when you're talking to new friends and old friends, I want you to talk about that vision, because that is what will bring us back here again and again. When this genocide ends, and it will end, and it will not end because of the law, it will not end because of the UN, it will not end because of Joe Biden or Donald Trump or whoever sits in that godforsaken seat. It will end because of people like you and because of people like me, because we showed up and we insisted on being heard and we kept coming even when it felt like there was no hope. So remember that vision. Now, oh thanks, cool. Remember the vision. For those of us who want to be involved in movement work, this is really important. You must find your political and intellectual home. You must find your political and intellectual home. What does that mean? That means you need to be a part of coalition. You need to be a part of organizations. There's a great one here that you could be a part of, Students and Faculty for Justice in Palestine. I have to say it all the way out because I mess up the acronym every time, SFJP. If you are a believer in the end of genocide and the end of occupation, both in Palestine and abroad and in Hawaii, this is a great place for you to have a home, an intellectual home. But we need those homes, because it's within those intellectual and political homes that we begin to develop strategy. And I want you to think about strategy. This is a very important time to think about strategy. The student-led movement against genocide in Palestine is a global movement. There are encampments not just across the United States, but across the world. It is taking on like wildfire, and this is beautiful to see. And in many of these places, there have been years, decades, for some even generations of organizing that made this possible. It can be exciting and tempting for us to try to replicate what is happening elsewhere. But that would be a mistake if not within a strategy. And so I want us to think about strategy. For those of us who are here as guests, for those of us who are here as student organizers, for those of us who are here as leaders, as faculty, I want us to think about how we develop a cohesive strategy within our intellectual and political homes. Because the truth is, it is one thing to protest. It is one thing to protest the building of a telescope on a sacred mountain on our aina as Hawaiians and as allies to Hawaiians, to stand in the center of that movement and to lead and direct that movement forward. It is another thing for us, largely non-Palestinians here in this space, to learn how to be allies, to learn how to follow the larger strategy and movements that have been built over the last few generations, and to not become a liability to that movement. So I want us to think about that today. I want us to start talking about it. I want us to ask each other and our comrades, how can we be in support of this greater work that is taking place? How can we play a supportive role in that? The last thing I'll say about this, right? So we gotta think about strategy. We gotta think about these tactics. This is a beautiful tactic today, a beautiful action we put together today. There's gonna be education, there's gonna be art, there's gonna be food, there's gonna be music. I think. I may have made that up. I'm not doing music. I want us to think about our particular kuleana in this place. What does it mean for us to be in Hawaii, in the center, and I don't mean center as the most important, I just mean like we're kind of in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. What kind of work can we do here that cannot be done anywhere else? What kind of work can be done in a place that is occupied by the United States, that is one of the largest military footholds in the world? What kind of work can we do here? We should talk about it and we should get on it. What kind of work can we do as a people who understand occupation, who understand colonialism, who understand what it means to challenge settler colonialism on the daily? But then I also want us to think about this university and its relationships. UARC. I don't even know what UARC stands for. University. Someone tell me what the words are. Research, our relationship with the US military and research and applied research funds and all that. We need to think about those relationships. There's a pressure point that can be pressed there. But we should also think about this place. Wise Lawn, once known as Bachman Lawn. This is a much improved name, Wise Lawn, which you learned a little bit about John Wise a few minutes ago. I want you to think about the things people fought for in this place, in that building, on this lawn. We fought to block a 30-meter telescope. There's still no 30-meter telescope on Mauna Kea. In fact, in 2000, and I'm really bad at dates, that's why I'm not a historian, 2014, 15-ish, Kanaka Maoli and our allies and our friends lined this road, Dole, Kapa'akea Street. Hundreds of people, maybe thousands of people came out to line this road to bring pohaku from Kanewai, the lo'i, to this place to build this ahu. I want you to think about what that means about this place. This place is now sanctified as a place of movement, as a place of resistance. That's why these pohaku are here. They bring us back to that time. We have also fought for Hawaiian language in this building. We have fought against the Vietnam War in this building. My father told me, because he's old enough to remember, they burned draft cards on this lawn to protest the Vietnam War. Also wonderful, right? So the connections between these things are really, really important. You should remember these struggles, whether they were successful in the eyes of the masses or not. They give us the kind of mana we need to continue on. Each of these campaigns builds upon each other. You are a part of that now. And so as we continue, right, whether or not you know anything about Palestine, I told a lot of my students, doesn't matter if you don't know anything about Palestine. You want to learn, come, be in community, ask questions. Wherever you are on this spectrum of knowing and understanding, we welcome you into this liberatory future we are building together. We welcome you into a future where our children are free and they are safe, and there are no cages on stolen lands, and there are no walls on stolen lands, and there are no cops in our schools. There are certainly no cops in our schools. There should not be cops in our schools. We welcome you into that vision with us today. Trust each other, build relationships with each other, and in the words of one of my mentors, Ahupua case, do not be a liability to the movement. Aloha mai kako. I'm gonna welcome up Misty. Misty is likely going to be much more prepared than I was, and she is going to talk about weapons, imperialism, from the Philippines to Palestine. Please give her a big, big, big round of applause.
Oh my gosh, I was just saying that's so hard to follow. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm short. Let me just... Okay. Aloha mai kako. My name is Misty. Thank you for the introduction. As Hailey said, I will be talking about weapons aid and imperialism, but I do want to reiterate something that they mentioned about finding your political home. For me, my political home has been Anakbai in Hawaii for almost 10 years now, and I highly encourage finding a political and educational home to learn more about these things and to open up these questions. I always say time and time again, the enemy is highly organized, so we are required to also be highly organized. So the educational piece that I will be sharing today is based off of a piece done by our kasamas, or our comrades as we call them, kasamas, out in San Diego with the Palestinian youth movement out over there and all the work that they have done so far. It will be kind of serious. Imperialism is a very serious topic that is not easily talked about within the span of 20 minutes, but I will try to get through it. So yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not as well prepared as I might seem to be. So for context, I currently sleep in Waipahu, and on my way here, I had seen at least 2 fighter jets, one of those big ass like carrier jets, and then just a ton of helicopters. Because for today at the Pearl Harbor Hickam base, the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, is actually on island right now in order to conduct several bilateral and multilateral military talks with the defense ministers from Australia, from Japan, and from the Philippines. And so I bring this up because this is a very clear case of how imperialism is surrounding us on the daily, and how the US is in every part of the globe, seeding its violence, seeding the exploitation and oppression of peoples around the world, and that especially is how we see it in Palestine today. So the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, is also here because they have a change of command ceremony happening to move John Aquilino away from position as the commander of the Indo-Pacific Command of the U.S. military, and a new person will be taking over. His name is Samuel Paparo. And I mention him because in all of the talks that he did recently in his confirmation interviews and everything, he noted 2 things that he wanted to prioritize, which were preparing for a potential war in China should they invade Taiwan, and the increase of fuel storage facilities, whether it be here or whether it be in other areas, but within the theater of the Indo-Pacific Command, which basically covers the entirety of Asia, the entirety of the Pacific, and which is just an incredibly large amount of area to cover. And so one of the things that he liked to mention as well during his proceedings, and Maisie Hirono was the one to question him on this part, was another thing he wants to do is to increase the amount of defense and military staff that they get from the universities of Hawaii and other institutions on this island and across the island chain. So I want to mention that to reiterate, the point about, the implications and the point about the university's participation in the imperialist acts that the U.S. military does throughout this particular region, but even throughout the world. We can see that all of this is very interconnected. Imperialism has 5 different features that we could see, and again, 20 minutes is, we can get more into it, and I suggest, being able to read up more on this and learning more about what this means and how it shows up in the different countries and in the different movements that we see. But first and foremost, imperialism is as we see it, it talks about violence. We see it as violence in Palestine. We see it as violence and occupation throughout the different countries of the world. But imperialism at its core is an economic system throughout the world. Imperialism means the final stage of capitalism. Imperialism is monopoly. Who here has played the game Monopoly before? Yes. So you know how stressful it can be. But that game was actually created as a means to educate people on what capitalism is, and it is at its core monopoly. When capitalism talks about free competition means there's a winner. Competition means there's a winner, and at the end of the day, the US is doing everything it can in its power to become that winner and to garner as much capital and to garner as much resources that they can, and that means the exploitation of peoples across the world. And so when we talk about monopoly capitalists, they're controlling everything from our food to our water to the air that we breathe. They aim to control everything that that gives people life, yeah? And so beyond that, the second feature of imperialism is that there's an oligarchy, a financial oligarchy. The banks control everything that we see around us. Even industries require banks funding in order to operate nowadays. So we see the monopoly happening within the financial system. Sorry, I know this can be like a very, oh my gosh, financial. I'm not very good at it either. But it's important that we understand what goes into the occupations that we're seeing now, because there are so many different levels to it as well. So there's the financial oligarchy that we see happening throughout the world, and very few people control that financial oligarchy. We see the same monopoly happening there. Third is the export of capital. We see in places like the Philippines, for example, or even here, where industrial capital will move their capital to third world countries and to other countries in order to expand, because they're so concentrated in some areas. They need to occupy land. They need to colonize new lands in order to increase and expand their capital. And then fourth is their economic division. We can see in even organizations like the UN, and organizations like NATO, and organizations like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. These organizations, though they say that they're for the development of the world, in reality, the US is the one who has a majority control over these organizations, that they can dictate policies in places like Palestine and in places like here and in the Philippines, where they are able to hold their control, not just militarily, but through their economics, through the politics of that land. And finally, the way that we see imperialism most often manifest is through war, through the constant redivision of the world. We see it back in 1898, when the Treaty of Paris was signed, and the US sold countries like the Philippines, Guam, and even Hawai'i to the United States for only $20 million. And so we see that the redivision of the world, though they have times where there's what they call peace, every so often they will create war in order to have that redivision and in order to gain more land and more capital. Yeah, so this is just kind of a briefer, but again, I highly encourage folks to continue reading more on imperialism, to continue reading more on the context of why Israel is why they settled, and why they're constantly being given funds by the US military, by the US, in order to keep the occupation and in order to continue their genocide of Palestinian people. More so, one thing that the Indo-Pacific Command does when we see Samuel Paparo come into office, one thing he wanted to clarify was that he sees that the increasing military aid to Ukraine, increasing military aid to Israel is one way to keep hold of the situation in the Indo-Pacific. And I say that because it's important to recognize that there's the interconnectedness between all of our struggles. When we talk about continuing the struggle here, the US is like this giant kraken that has its tentacles all throughout every corner of the globe. And it's our responsibility to be able to cut off those tentacles one by one. So when we talk about student movements, when we talk about weapons and aid and imperialism, we have to recognize that our role here is to create a militant and strong student movement in order to cut off the tentacle here, cut off the tentacle in the Philippines, cut off the tentacle in Palestine, and wherever wherever the U.S. still has their stronghold. And we could see even today, you know, just recently Biden and his administration had approved over $26 billion to go to Israel to continue their military funding. The U.S. is right now in a mode of, they have 3 different global fronts in which they're concentrating their military forces. Those 3 fronts include West Asia, they include Europe, and they include the Indo-Pacific. And so when we talk about West Asia, we see the war, you know, we see the genocide happening in Palestine. When we talk about Europe, we see the war that's happening in Ukraine. And when we talk about the Indo-Pacific, we see the tensions rising and their strategy of having first and second island chains, which puts countries like the Philippines, which puts the Indo-Pacific Command, which is based here, which puts the people of these lands at risk and puts them in the middle of their inter-imperialist conflict. So when we see the billions of dollars of aid that goes into these conflicts, or rather a genocide, especially the one that is happening in Palestine, where they received over $60 billion in aid since 2001, we can see that in the priority of the U.S., that instead of putting these taxpayer dollars into social services, into free education, into free healthcare, they're instead putting it into the murder of thousands and thousands of people. And so the question now is, as they were talking about earlier, what do we do as next steps? One is to find your political and educational home where you can ask these questions and where you can learn more. That's one of the major steps that you can do to learn more about what is happening. And it's great that everyone here is here today to begin that process if you haven't already. More so, I believe that all of us here are here today because we know that something needs to happen now. And this is just one step into what does need to happen now, but it requires, like I mentioned earlier, the enemy is highly organized, so we need to be too. Moving forward from this day, and since summer is coming up, we need to realize that, especially with also the Rim of the Pacific exercises or RIMPAC happening soon, how do we play into creating action and creating a sustainable movement that will, you know, eventually bring out, cancel RIMPAC, but at the most immediate, how do we get Israel to get out of RIMPAC, and how do we convince, or how do we bring all the other countries that are participating to remove themselves from RIMPAC, because they also see that Israel as a settler colony, all the exploitation that they're doing and the genocide that they're currently taking part of in Palestine. And so with that, I wanted to share a quote by Jose Maria Sison, who was one of the founders of the student movement back in the Philippines, that only through militant struggle can the best of our youth emerge. And that's super important when it comes to how we see ourselves today. I think everyone who is here on Wise Land right now has the potential and has the capability to keep fighting and to push for the different campaigns that we'll be doing. So I'd highly encourage everyone to continue that fight and to build these organizations and to build our organizations in order to fully be able to fight against the U.S. and its imperialist tactics. So thank you. I'd like to pass it now to Ray, who will be moderating our next hour.
Hello everyone. Oh, yeah, you can hear me. Hello everyone, I'm Ray, and I would just like to, give a friendly reminder that there is the sign-up table if you haven't signed up yet. Can you guys hear me? Can I get like a thumbs? Oh my God, okay. Is that better? Okay, thank you. I wanted to just give a friendly reminder to everyone that there is the sign-in table. If you haven't signed in yet or read the community guidelines, please go do that. And, there's food and water. We worked pretty hard to get the food and water out here for you guys, and juice too. Is it? Oh my gosh, okay. I have not worked with a microphone very well. But there's also, the activity tables that we have behind that we've curated for you all. So please go enjoy that. And I would like to just, get us to remember why we're here and just remind ourselves of a few good chants. There was a printed chant sheet if you want to follow along, but I will say and then you can repeat. How does that sound? All right. UH, you can't hide. You are funding genocide. UH, you can't hide. You are funding genocide. Disclose, divest. We will not stop. We will not rest. Disclose, divest. We will not stop. We will not rest. Board of Regents, you can't hide. You are funding genocide. Board of Regents, you can't hide. You are funding genocide. Resistance is justified when people are occupied. Resistance is justified when people are occupied. There is only one solution, intifada, revolution. There is only one solution, intifada, revolution. Hawaii to Palestine, occupation is the crime. Hawaii to Palestine, occupation is the crime. Israel bombs, UH pays. How many kids have you killed today? Israel bombs, UH pays. How many kids have you killed today? From olive tree to olive tree, we stand in solidarity. From olive tree to olive tree, we stand in solidarity. In our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians. In our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Okay, guys, thanks for entertaining that for me. And now I would like to invite Keone up here to speak on divestment, if they are nearby. Ah, there they are.
Hello, my people. So I'm here to talk about divestment, but what I'm really here to talk about with you all today is a word called vai-vai, a word that a lot of you might be really familiar with. It comes from the Hawaiian word for water, vai. It means abundance. Some people translate it to wealth, and we're not interested in wealth. Vai-vai is a redirection of our focus in what we want and the vision for the future of our world. The University of Hawaii claims to manage wealth. I want us to think about what that means, to manage wealth. Vai-vai, the meaning of that word is a redirection away from managing wealth, and it's about managing relationships. The abundance of our relationships to Aina, to people, and to ourselves and our ancestors. That's the real wealth that we have as people, as a community, and of our Hui. I want to talk about divestment of all kinds. When we think about divestment in this context, at our university, a university that claims to manage assets, to manage wealth, to incentivize profit, I want us to think about what we have. What are the abundances that we have in our hearts, in our histories, and in our futures? The University of Hawaii has the audacity to take the name of our homeland as Hawaiians and plaster it onto the name of this place that invests in destruction and genocide and occupation. Hawaii, the homeland of my ancestors for thousands of years, is being used, and in our name, wealth is being managed and profiting off of occupation and genocide. We cannot stand for this. And this is why I'm here to talk to you today. As a principled movement, a disciplined movement, we must be ever vigilant for the ways in which our worldview and our relatives are under attack. And divestment is about being accountable to our relationships, not just here in Hawaii, but everywhere. We can see that the way that the university invests and manages its wealth is deeply couched in this idea of profit, maximizing profit, extracting what it can out of life, out of the planet, and out of us. And we are here to state our kuleana, our responsibility and our privilege that we have as allies to the Palestinian people to be accountable to our relationships to them, whether we're here in Hawaii, thousands of miles away, or anywhere. And so as students, faculty, and affiliates of the University of Hawaii, we demand that the university disclose and divest all investment holdings from Israel's genocide and occupation of Palestine. We can see just from its public equity holdings that over $1.5 million is being invested in companies that directly profit and contribute to the occupation of Palestine. And we do not consent to our university, to our institution that calls itself a Native Hawaiian place of learning, to the investment in the genocide and occupation of our relatives in Palestine. And so I want us to think about wealth, about vai, and redirect our attention away from portfolios and companies and firms that seek to extract life. I want us to think about the vision that Kumuhiori shared with us, the vision for the future. What abundances do we have from our past, our present, and our future? Over $1.5 million pales in comparison to the thousands of years of relationships that Palestinians have had with the land that they live on. And it's our responsibility to make known to the University of Hawaii that we will not stand for the extraction of profit from the life, the land, and the ancestors of Palestine anymore. So, I'm not as prepared as well, so yeah, I just want to say mahalo to everyone for being here, and remember that this is just a start, and divestment is only one step. Divestment is one step in this process that we're all a part of for the liberation of Palestine and for the liberation of our world. The divestment of apartheid South Africa happened over decades. We're here just today, and we will be here tomorrow and the day after, and for years to come, until we see liberation for all of our relatives and for our descendants. Mahalo.
Thank you, Keone. That was wonderful. And I would like to remind everyone that for the sign-in sheets, please go do them. And in that, there is the agreement, and I quote, so the pledge, there's a pledge at the bottom that says we will not rest until UH divest. And when you sign this contract form, it's basically saying I pledge to support the demands set forth to disclose, divest, demilitarize, and cut all ties with Israel. So, you know, if you're down for the cause, please go do that. That would be wonderful. And also, please engage with the activities we have set up. We worked very hard for those. And with that reminder, I would like to invite Kamakani up to perform if they are available. There they are. All right, everyone.
Aloha mai kākou. Okay, so just to preface, it took me, I literally decided which poem I was going to read in the last 5 seconds, so we're just going to rip them, I guess. So first I just want to say mahalo nui to everyone for being here today. I want to take some time to reflect a little bit on this idea of water and the ways in which that, you know, I was thinking a lot about what it means to think about Hawaii to Palestine, and the first thing that always comes to my mind is water. So I want to uplift the ways in which this idea of confluence of waters in a way that allows us to remember our pilina from Hawai'i to Palestine. So I'm going to read this poem that I wrote called Our Oceans Remember. Our oceans remember. They have memories of the wombs that birthed us from our lands. They remember all that has fed our genealogies long before colonialism. They remember the laughs and cries of the keiki of this aina. They remember each breath our mothers, our siblings, our fathers, our friends, our cousins, our ancestors, our children have taken. They remember our bones, our names, our stories, our grief, our immense grief. Our oceans remember us. What does it mean to be a Mahu Oiwi child of Lehualani when the oceans of Pacifica run through my veins and Moana Nui carries my mother? Moana Nui remembers that when we needed the world, Palestine stands with us and our sacred Mauna. Our oceans remember each bomb. They remember each strike, each test, each coral polyp destroyed, 75 years to 131 years of occupation, from Gaza to Makua, from the West Bank to Pohakuloa. Our oceans remember the white phosphorus that the American military tests on Hawaiian lands, poisoning the earth of our ancestral mother. The US Army says it's used to obscure themselves from the enemy. Israel uses it on Palestinians, burning the skin of innocent children. Can you hear the weeps across the Pai'aina? Our oceans remember that when Israel joins RIMPAC, desecrates the sacred in the name of genocide, apartheid, and ethnic cleansing, fueled by American aid and military imperialism, our liberation interconnected, our freedom so deeply woven. Our oceans remember the cis-heteropatriarchal violence of the military prostitution complex against indigenous mothers, daughters, women, and gender-diverse peoples while they play games with their ships and toys, a smirk on their face as another life drops to the floor. They say the military abolished the police, down with this empire. Aina, our bodies are not for conquest. Our oceans remember what they have done to our waters. Kapa'akea, poisoned by Navy jet fuel and forever chemicals, draining and contamination persists, polluted and depleting water aquifers in Gaza, Zionists striking water reservoirs in safe zones, made it illegal to collect rainwater in the West Bank. Children with barely a drop of clean water to drink, so what do we say and chant Olai Kawai? Our oceans remember the trees that grew from Papahana Moku, seeds of oliva and seeds of hala sprout, sacred pua birthed from native mothers. We call for those still beneath the rubble. The earth below screams out their stories. Let us remember the names of thousands of pua, genealogies of trees to sprout. They have never forgotten, and we must not either. Our oceans remember the poetries birthed from those olive tree seeds. Noor Kindi says, one day I'll write about the flowers like we own them. Mosab Abu Toha says, writing poetry is not a luxury. I'm writing poems as I pull memories from under the rubble of my bombed house. Rafat Al-Arir said, if I must die, let it bring hope, let it be a story. Khalid Juma said, oh rascal children of Gaza, come back and scream as you want and break all the vases, steal all the flowers, come back, just come back. Bazman Al-Darawi says, despite Tearing up over killing my olive tree, I still hold the tears to water another tree. Fadwa Tukan said, enough for me to die on her earth, be buried in her, to melt and vanish into her soil, then sprout forth as a flower played with by a child from my country. Do you hear their voices carried by the waves? They remember when we stand together and remember when we don't. Our oceans remember the displaced, the diaspora, the houseless. Our oceans remember our kinship, our mana, our aloha. Our oceans remember the missing and murdered. Our ocean remembers how America and Israel violates lands. Our oceans remember West Papua, Guahan to Congo, Sudan, all colonized and oppressed peoples. Our oceans remember how we have always taken care of this aina. So our oceans remember their connections to one another. Our oceans remember that they converge the shores of Gaza to the shores of Lahaina. Our oceans remember our echoing voices today. Our oceans remember. From Hawai'i Nui Akea to Palestina, we will be free when we remember our oceans. Mahalo.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'd like to give another friendly reminder, because I'm so friendly with you guys. Please move forward, just to, be closer, be more intimate with this conversation and this, community building event and all of that. It's kind of hard to community build when you can't see you guys. And with that, I would like to invite Professor Ibrahim up here to speak as well. They are.
Aloha kako. Yeah, I worked for the University of Hawaii for over 35 years before I retired about 2.5 years ago. And I was teaching a bunch of courses. Like I counted how many courses I taught. I was teaching like 7, 8 different courses, most of them about Hawaii and the Pacific, and one course about the Middle East. So the Middle East is an important part of the world, and if you don't believe me, think about October 7th. Okay? So October 7th changed not only Palestine and the Middle East, it changed the entire world. The proof of this is simple. The aircraft carrier Eisenhower and Gerald Ford, came in right away to the East Mediterranean right after October 7th. President Biden flies over to occupied Palestine in the state of the Zionist entity in Palestine to tell them that they have the right to defend themselves. Well, let me tell you, and I think you know, that an occupied force, an occupied power does not have the right to defend itself according to international law. So that's a very important thing, and he knows it. Biden knows it. And what's his name? Blinken. Yeah, Blinken. Yeah. So he went to the state of Israel in Palestine. He went as a Jew, not as an American Secretary of State. And that is quite telling, that he went as a Jew, but not any kind of Jew, a Zionist Jew, for sure. And the proof of this is what he's been doing since October 7th. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, thanks. So here we go. Yeah, thank you. I think it's okay now. So it's all right. Yeah. Okay. not exactly technical problems, but some kind of, yeah, all right? Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. Okay, I think you can hear me better now with the help of Alicia. Anyway, so we were at Blinken, so Blinken has traveled to to West Asia, to Lebanon and to occupied Palestine 7 times thus far. Like he was going back and forth. So just to try and help the Zionist state in its major problem that it has so far, not able to defeat Gaza. Gaza is 365 square kilometers. So I don't know how many miles this is, obviously less than 365. And many brigades, brigades, Israeli brigades, tanks, and the rest of them, and have thus far have been unable to defeat the Palestinian resistance. And the problem with these, you can see the problem with American policy, foreign policy. They talk about it is a fight between Hamas and Israel. No, it's not a fight between Hamas and Israel. And the reason they do this because they say Hamas is a terrorist organization. Therefore, if the fight is between Hamas and Israel, therefore, of course, Israel is #1, and the other guys are terrorists. Well, the fight is between the Palestinian people and the United States of America with its tool, the Zionist entity in Palestine. And this is clear to millions of people in West Asia and North Africa and all over the world, from Venezuela, Nicaragua, all the way to Indonesia. This is, the people are clear. And the very interesting thing about all of that is that here there are people of conscience and people who don't want to have those kinds of atrocities and this kind of genocide to be in their name, whether they are like people like our friends in Jewish Voice for Peace or other people who are not Jewish, maybe Catholic or what have you. Not in our name is the United States gonna provide bombs and billions of dollars, etc., where those dollars are more needed here in the political entity called the United States, So that is very important thing to know. Now, I worked 35 years before I retired, as I mentioned, and one of the courses, as I mentioned again, was a course called the Middle East. If I were to teach it now, I wouldn't call it the Middle East. I would call it West Asia and North Africa. That's what I would call it, okay? But anyway, the point is that after I retired, no one was there to teach that course, right? I actually volunteered and taught it in fall 22. I retired in September 2021. So I taught it pro bono in the fall of 2022 just to keep going. And then the next semester I had like another friend who could teach it, and it was online. But the time I taught it pro bono was face-to-face, which I really enjoyed and helped the department. The Department of Ethnic Studies is one that has been at the forefront of all kinds of struggles, from Waiahole Waikani all the way to Chinatown and so forth, fighting for the right of the people. So we have a lot of connections across the islands, at the legislature, and in the communities, all kinds of communities. And we have supporters, with the Hawaiian College for Hawaiian and Indigenous Studies and Knowledge. So we have a lot of supporters in all kinds of departments as well. So the point that we need to do now is this, that we should ask, and actually the Department of Ethnic Studies is gonna put a request for a position. And the position will be for someone to teach West Asia with a focus, West Asia, I would add North Africa with a focus on Palestine, because Palestine is the key. You can ask that from the people at Columbia University to UCLA to USC, that Palestine is the key. It's not gonna liberate, we Palestinians, I'm Palestinian. We Palestinians are not gonna be liberating Palestine only, and some people used to tell us, oh, you a bunch of kids, or a bunch of guys, a bunch of terrorists, you wanna liberate Palestine. Well, we can show them right now, what's happening. There is all this support for Palestine because they know, the people in the region, North Africa and West Asia, know that this is the way for liberation, not only for Palestine, but emancipation from all the dictators who are pro-US, from Jordan to Egypt to the rest of them. Those guys will be falling like, tiger, paper tigers. I mean, I've seen this before in a previous period. At any rate, the point is that we need to have a position, with a focus on Palestine that talks about West Asia and North Africa. And the way I taught my class, about quote unquote the Middle East, I taught it in a global context, and that global context is important. And the importance of it is now for all to see again, because of the importance and significance of Palestine for global politics, whether it's China, Russian Federation, the United States, NATO, Europe, European Union, and those other countries in Europe that are not in the European Union. They all know that to begin something, to understand something, you gotta study the global context and do it from that perspective. One last thing and then I'll finish. When I would teach about economic change and Hawaii's people, or Hawaii and the Pacific and the rest of it, I would say to people in my class, in Hawaiian classes, I tell them, where did Captain Cook come from? He came from somewhere, else, right? So you gotta understand the global context to be able to understand history of Hawaii and the struggle of Hawaii's people and all of that. Ethnic studies needs your support to have that position. And I think with a little bit of pressure, we can get that position. And it's very important if University of Hawaii believes in knowledge and the imparting of knowledge to students. And I think that's an important thing to do. Mahalo nui loa. Aloha.
Thank you, Professor Brahim. We also have another, I don't remember if you're a professor or not, but please welcome Mahea.
Professor in training. Aloha mai kako, mahea lania hia ko inoa, uhanau ia ma Kalipuni, no maui maiau. I'm Mahea, and before I start, I wanted to reiterate our demands for today. So our demands to UH: disclose, provide full transparency to all UH assets, including investments, donations, and grants. Divest, withdraw all UH funds from companies and institutions that are complicit in the Israeli occupation, apartheid, and genocide of the Palestinian people. End UH involvement in the strategic partnership with Israel. Boycott all Israeli academic and cultural institutions. End independent study abroad programs in Israel. Terminate the UARC contract. call for a ceasefire now and hire a tenure-track member in Palestine studies. So what I'd like to offer today is a little excerpt from a piece that Cynthia Franklin and I co-wrote for the upcoming issue of AQ Journal, which is called Education, Letters from Hawaii to Palestine. E ulu ka oliva I ka aina o Palestina. E holuna e pio lalo e hoaka na hoku e hina na kapaya. Ale hina na kia I kui na pua. Ua ulu ke oliva I ka aina o haifa. E holuna e pio lalo e hoaka na hoku e hina na paya. Ale hina na kia I kui na pua. Uka ulu ka oliva I ka aina o Gaza. E holuna e pio lalo e hoaka na hoku e hina na paya. Ualohe mai kako. I ke kahea mai Hawaii ne. E pane mai oko. I ko leo loha noe. No ke ola e, ke ea e, ke aloha e. Aloha mai kako, dear readers and listeners. I'm Mahea, and I carry with me the voices of my Kanaka Oiwi ancestors. This mele or song that I began with is called a kahea, a clarion call summoning us all together. A chant of pale, protection, ola, life, and ea, liberation. My mele recalled the place names and homes of many visiting scholars, poets, and artists who have answered each kahea over the last 10 years to share their stories with Hawaii, especially the members of our group, Students and Faculty for Justice in Palestine at UH. I honor these voices of our visitors, including Rabab Abduladi, Yusuf Al-Jamal, Hala Al-Yan, Noor Douglas, Angela Davis, Noor Erakat, Mai Hassan, Noor Judah, Remy Kanazi, Kehalani Kawanui, Tariq Luthun, Nadine Neighbor, Steve Salaida, Nadira Shahub Kevorkian, and Sarah Imud. Our call and response relationship has developed into a rhythm, a sacred drumbeat of solidarity, whether engaging in frontline direct actions to protect our beloved Mauna Kea or learning from other indigenous justice movements like the fight for Palestinian liberation. I rely on these connections to the generations before and after me to encourage, embolden, and humble me through the reciprocal learning and teaching toward our shared resistance and resilience. I bring all my aloha with me. Aloha of warmth and radical joy, yes, but more so, a fierce aloha of truth-telling and speaking truth to power. I invoke the words of the great Palestinian intellectual Edward Said, who says, "We cannot fight for our rights and our history as well as our future until we are armed with the weapons of criticism and dedicated consciousness." So for this special issue of AQ, we look to education, education in our classrooms and beyond, and we must provide a genealogy of people and places who have helped us to awaken that consciousness and sharpen our tools. As Kanaka Oiwi, as people of the bones, I recognize the lessons of our land first, then our divine ancestors, prophets, poets, and finally the unborn and yet to come. My mele invokes all these relations, grafting the ulu tree to the oliva branches in solidarity and inspiration, nourishing the prophecy that what is above shall come down. My words decry colonial shadows that cannot compete with the brightness of the stars, and promise the protections offered by the kua standing in the hina of the horizon. As a PhD student, These voices for an intellectual genealogy that has shaped my own thinking and expands my teaching. But more important is the pilina, the relations that I've developed with mentors and friends in solidarity work. Pilina is our shared bond, that is pili, that clings and sticks and binds, just like the stories that stay with us to nourish and carry our shared burdens. Pilina cross time and space like the echoes of our songs. Pilina are epistles sung across vast oceans and skies. And I offer our reflections in these love letters to liberation. So I just want to summarize a little bit of what Cindy says, and she talks about in her letter, her first letter, about how every time there is a decolonial November, we invite Palestinian guests to come and speak and share their art. And we sit on her lanai and we talk story and we compare notes as a diasporic person and their diaspora, how our differences and shared affinities of militarism, of political warfare, of speaking on campuses, how we can build solidarity in Pilina over the long term. And I think one of the most beautiful things that has happened is, as a person of Maui, where Lahaina is my ancestral lands, when the Lahaina fires happened in early August, our Palestinian friends, led by Sarah Imud, reached out and said, we want to help. We understand what it's like to not have a home again. And so they fundraised and they did a large speaking engagement online and fundraised for Maui. And so in turn, we started to build this long-term relation on Signal. So we used current social media and other forms to continue to hold each other. And our care is really what has brought us here today. I can't imagine having an event and not being here to honor my Palestinian relations. Dear readers, in choosing this way to write to one another and to you, we have learned from those who have engaged in letter writing as a form of political engagement, and from those who have theorized the powerful role letters can play in movement building. We take inspiration from Rehearsals for Living, a book comprised of letters that Robin Maynard and Leanne Simpson exchanged while confined by COVID, as they dreamed their freedom dreams for Black and Indigenous liberation and put forth a feminist abolitionist decolonial politics. We read Rehearsals for Living not only as a work of intimacy, but also as a practice that enacts forms of solidarity and embodied theorizing. Their letters offer a model for how we can teach and build power from what Maynard describes to Simpson as, quote, a shared politics that grounds their solidarity. And as Maynard explains, this solidarity, quote, is not contingent upon reciprocity, but rather with choosing to align politically with those who would continue to work toward liberated territories, bodies, lives, and home spaces in whatever form that takes. In these many ways, Maynard and Simpson articulate, letters are particularly well suited to rehearse a vision of liberation that connects these different spaces we inhabit in one at the same time. In her writing of and about decolonial love letters, and in her co-created community workshop, Love Letter to Palestine, Freedom Within Reach, Sarah Imud fleshes out a theory and methodology for realizing these connections between land, bodies, lives, and home spaces. When Sarah came to Honolulu in 22 for the annual event of Decolonial November, her lecture, Love is Our Method of Liberation, Kinship Care and Abolition in Palestinian Feminist Praxis, and in the workshop that she led, where we all wrote our own letters and poems, she writes that the state and settler, that it brings attention to how the unfolding state and settler violence and ethnic cleansing in Sheikh Jarrah and the Al-Aqsa compound are not exceptions. They are actually part of an ongoing Nakba that has spanned Palestinian time and space since 1948. And they end their love letter by proclaiming their unity with the brothers and sisters inside Palestine, quote, we are rising up across cities in the heart of US empire that has fed the colonization and dispossession of the Palestinian people. Our vision for a radically different future is based on equality, justice, and life-affirming interconnectedness. We honor your voices, perseverance, and samud, and promise to continue our joint struggle for justice and liberation in Palestine. Sarah also shared with us a draft of her essay, Love is Our Method of Liberation, and in that essay, she names the ways that Palestinian feminist collective's letter and her workshop embodies what she explores. Letters are material expressions of an abolitionist praxis of decolonial love that transcend colonial borders, boundaries, and fragmentation of territories and people imposed by the Zionist regime. And resuturing this social fabric and kinship of the Palestinian collective, our connections to each other and to our homeland, Sarah writes of how these letters do not only refuse fragmentation, but also, quote, mobilize an affective register that helps transform grief into hope, giving shape to an ethical community of feminist praxis. And for those of you who were able to listen to her wonderful talk on Monday, she talked about the portals of grief and how beauty and these love letters are what we give to each other in order to continue to embolden each other so that we can come back to the movement again and again and again. And so I share these letters. Let me just read just a little bit from the end. Dear readers, many types of art have been created, including the rap by Kauilamahi and Ihilani. The rap these students created was delivered in our Hawaiian Studies open air halau, which sits right next to the terra farm where students learn to grow traditional foods and medicines and sing the songs and chants that accompany each native practice. Songs, stories, poetry, and letters are all part of our Ea education. Ea, the breath, the rising, the unity. Ea education as they transverse in, beyond university classrooms, and as they extend from one generation to those who have come before, and as they bring us into relationship with the people of Palestine and others engaged in freedom struggles. These voices carried within cannot be contained. They rise like a mighty wave, in love, in life, in liberation. Me ke aloha, he ola, he ea. Aloha no!
Thank you. And with that, just a quick announcement from Kumuheoli.
Hi again. Okay, quick announcement. Super, you guys are being the greatest listeners. That's fantastic. Keep listening, keep being in community. But there's a few things I want you to know that are happening right now and will continue happening after speeches and performances. The green, fully green tent over there, they are making pohaku to build an ahu. If you want to know more about why, you should just go ask them so I don't mess up why. But it's related to the kukulu exhibit. Go ask. But you can go participate and make pohaku for an ahu. The white and green tent right in front of me, we've got block printing, we've got screen printing. If you want to take off your t-shirt, or this is not that kind of party. If you brought a t-shirt, if you brought fabric, if you've got a tote bag, we can print it for you. We've got things that say Free Palestine. We've got badass designs by my partner for From the River to the Sea. Go check it out. It's totally free. We also have some fabric we can give you that you could use as a patch. If you are a graduating senior and you brought your cap or your gown, there are folks around this area. Can you raise your hands? Who's doing caps and gowns? Oh, over there, behind the tree, you can get a Free Palestine thing put on your cap. So, you know, there's lots for you. We can ingest all this knowledge, but also don't leave without taking something with you. Cool, that's all I got. Mahalo.
And with that, we have a demonstration from Kauilamahi and Ihilani Laskonia.
Ai ke aloha, what's up, gingi? Mai ke la pai a ke ia pai o ke ia Mokupuni nei. Mai luna alala mai kahi kihi a kahi kihi, mai kahi halawai a kahi halawai, mai loko a waho. Mai ka uka kanaka ole o ko iahi kahi kaulana e ka ala o ka maile o pei ia pū na ohu paa i ka mauna o ke la me ke ia aina. Mai ia aina no o Va'ahila, mai ke lā pu'u kaulana o Le'ahi. Aloha, Pelina mai ke aloha. That's a long way to say aloha. So we're stoked to be here to perform a mele that we wrote together. But before that, I wanted to mention a couple of really important wahipana that are very close to where we are. One of them is Le'ahi, just over there, sometimes called Lai'ahi, sometimes called Kaimanahila. Most people know him as Diamond Head. And then Ka'au, or Ka'au sometimes, both. Right in that ridge over there next to us on the way to Palolo, and also a part of Palolo. And then one of the first places I mentioned is Ko'iahi, which is on the Komohana side of this island. Very famous in chants, especially for genealogies of Oahu. But the reason I preface that greeting with this aina is there's a very famous, or becoming more famous, mele kanikau that was composed for this guy, Timoteo Ha'alilio. Timoteo Ha'alilio is one of the people that is essential to creating Western, or recognizing Western forms of sovereignty for Hawaii. And as he departed from Lahaina for multiple continents, one of the things that happens is he starts to remember and recall all these wahipana, all these beloved and storied places of Ko Hawaii Pa'aina, or the Hawaiian archipelago. But this kanikau that's composed in 1845 by this guy, J.K. Kalili, or Ka'ili'ili sometimes, who's from Kapa'alama in Kalihi, he writes this kanikau about Timoteo Ha'alilio. And there's a few lines in that kanikau that mention various wahipana of Oahu, and one of them is the Ko'iahi and the maile lauli'i of Ko'iahi, or the fragrant small hand maile of Ko'iahi. And along this kanikau, there's a very important lalani, or line in the, I think it's like the 37th line in the kanikau, and they say this phrase, and I want you all to repeat it after me. Na ki ovai, na ki ovai, na punavai, na punavai, kaulana o Palestina. Na ki ovai, na punavai, kaulana o Palestina. Let's do it one more time. He's gonna lead it this time. Na ki ovai, na punavai, kaulana o Palestina. Okay, what that mean? So that lalani in this kanikau that's composed for Timoteo Ha'alilio, it attaches the sovereignty of Ko Hawaii Pa'aina and these movements for sovereignty in Hawaii to Timoteo Ha'alilio, but also attaches it to the famed ki'ovai, which are sometimes interpreted as ponds, punavai, which are sometimes interpreted as springs, of this place that we all are fighting for, to fight for our mutual liberation, which is Palestina in Inoa, Hawaii, for Palestine.
Mahalo kuila. And so as he was talking about with Timoteo Ha'alilio composing these kanikau, or dirges, to honor Palestine and the relationships that Kanaka Maoli, Native Hawaiians, and Palestinians had to one another, the mele that we wrote just a few years ago is not something new, but it's the continuation of this long-standing relationship. And if there's anything that you take away from this mele that we have today, it's that the occupation of Hawaii and Palestine are so short when you're thinking about the generations and the hundreds and hundreds of years that Kanaka Maoli and Palestinians have with this intimate, not just diplomacy, but a shared solidarity and ea between one another. So the mele that we'll be sharing with you folks today is called Pai'aina to Palestine. Pai'aina as in the archipelago of Hawaii, Ko Hawaii Pai'aina to Palestine. It was written when Sarah Imud, an incredible Palestinian artist, scholar, and activist, came to visit us. And as we know in Hawaii, we like to gift folks with lei to adorn them, to show our aloha. And Koila and I thought,
what better way to show our aloha for this person who's been in solidarity with us from Mauna Kea and other movements than with a haku mele or a pāleoleo, a rap that talks about the connection between Hawaii and Palestine. So one of the parts in the song goes, from olive tree to olive tree, from Ni'ihau to Hawaii, we see you in your struggle and we won't stop till we all are free. So understanding that the aloha that we have for one another is so much stronger than any hate that's coming from the IOF or from the United States, from settler colonialism in both places. So with that, this is the mele, Pai'aina to Palestine. You get the pitch perfect version, so there's no beat that we have today, but it's all good. And we're gonna ask you folks to engage with this mele. So the hook goes, free your people, free your mind, deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. Let's hear it. Free your people, free your mind, deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. Free your people, free your mind, deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. One more time. Free your people, free your mind, deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. That sounds great. And we're gonna ask you folks to be our beat, if that's fine. So if you can, and if you're able to, if you would like to stand up, you can. And we're gonna clap your hands like this. Yeah.
And if your chorus is softer than ours, lose money. You gotta be louder than us when you chant them. Sound good? Okay, ready? The same colonial apparatus all around the atlas can't be taken down when we organize the masses. Colonialist classics belong in caskets. Join up your BDS if you getting serious. It ain't TDS, they trying to wipe our nations off the GPS. They still got monies for war, and they still not feeding the poor. So we rise up and fight like the land till we bleed from our pores. Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. One more time. Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. One more time. Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy what? Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine.
We know that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and the Weavy ethnic state is not Hawaiian nationalism. The UN won't save us or grant us these freedoms, cause they're just another weapon of the seven-headed demon. We may be pinned down by 51 stars. Liberation's the cause for those near and those far. We choose to join hands when they only bear arms. So hands off Makua, hands off Sheikh Jarrah. Ra. Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine.
From the olive tree to the smallest lo'i, they bulldoze the homes of only the only. Waimanalo, Mākua, Gaza, trying to turn our homelands into a plaza. Shores of this concrete jungle's tied into your ancestral rubble. Ku e, ho'oko ika banana. The story of our future's liberation. We the authors. Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. Free who? Hana ho. One more time.
Hawaii and Palestine. So raise your fist high if you want to see through this vision. Up with the people and down with the system. Ihuano o Luna, Ihuano o Lalo. Here's to our kupuna, comrades of tomorrow. From olive tree to olive tree, from Ni'ihau to Hawaii. We see you when you struggle and we won't stop till we all are free. Kuana Kapa'akea. Intifada, intifada, intifada. Kuana Kapa'akea. Intifada, intifada, intifada. Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. Free your people, free your mind. Deoccupy Hawaii and Palestine. When I say land, you say back. Land, 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 land. When I say ola, you say ikawai. Ola, ikawai. Ola, ikawai. Ola, ikawai. Ola, ikawai. Ola, ikawai. Ola. Yes, mahalo. Free your people, free your mind. Occupy Hawaii and Palestine. The University of Hawaii has an inherent connection to both occupations. We as students, faculty, and staff of this institution have a unique kuleana responsibility to holding this institution accountable. And if you're not a part of the University of Hawaii system, if you're a concerned citizen, settler, oiwi, or whatever you fall into that categorization, it's our collective responsibility to hold this settler government accountable. Mahalo nui.
That was great. I feel like it got your blood pumping and all that. That was great. Okay. And now I'd like to invite from Democratic Socialists of Oahu, Sorsha. Come up.
Hello. I'm gonna do another song. This is one that is not as original. It's probably a pretty well-known song if you were alive during like 2007, circa that era. So this was used as an advertisement by Apple for their phones for iPods. And it's written by a soldier in the IDF. And a lot of people don't know that. Her name is Yael Naim, and she served in the IDF for a time. She was a musician in the orchestra. So I rewrote the lyrics. It might be familiar to some of you. And yeah, I'm also going to do it without a track. So if you know it, feel free to sing the backing. We'll see what happens. Okay. Boom. Dun 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 dun. I accrue souls, I came to this small world thinking I'd destroy a fragile life or two. Our banners unfurled across this very small world. Deciding who will live and die is not easy to do. La 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 la. Come on, sing it. I know you know it. La 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 la. Yes, I consume souls. I came to your small world, hoping I could dominate your petty little lives. I'll assume control in a manner colonial, making your landmine, so hide your children, hide your wives. La 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 la. Tax season just passed. La 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 la. It's not a happy end, 'cause you don't understand. Everything we have done perpetuates this great wrong. It's not a happy end, and I am not your friend. History may forget that I unglue souls from your very small world, smaller by the day by how we come to build blockades. Our banners unfurled across this very small world. Good luck surviving through this next air raid. Blue souls out of your very small world, leaving death and horror in my wake, tragedy in my wake, for an apartheid Zionist ethno-state, apartheid state, for an apartheid Zionist ethno-state, apartheid state, apartheid state. So maybe you will think about that next time you hear this song. It's not so nice, it's not so bouncy, it's not so bubbly. This is the reality we live in. Kukia'i Palestina.
introduce Cindy Franklin. And Cindy has been my mentor and friend and co-writer for these many years since I first took her class in 2017. Admittedly, I did not know all that much about Palestinian politics and issues, and I'm so grateful that I learned in her class and that I got involved with Students and Faculty for Justice in Palestine. And so all of us are immensely grateful to you, Cindy, for teaching us and for guiding us and bringing us all together today. Cindy Franklin.
Aloha, everybody. It's great to see you all here today. So I'm going to talk about a very uncheerful topic, which has to do with repressive because Palestine, to take the title from my friend Stephen Salaita. I want to talk about the repression of academic freedom and free speech when it comes to Israel and Palestine. And I want to begin by looking back. I do so as context for the full-blown McCarthyism that characterizes our present moment. As with the genocide in Gaza, the repression we are seeing is nothing new. It is integral to, and it is an acceleration of, the settler colonial practices that have been ongoing since the establishment of the State of Israel, the Zionist entity, in 1948. This violence that is central to Zionism as a settler colonial project has only intensified in the last 7 months. Although I could start some 75 years back, I'm going to begin 10 years ago. In August 2014, Stephen Salaita was fired from a tenured position at the University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana, allegedly on the basis of angry tweets that he issued as Israel was bombing Gaza. For 51 days during the summer of 2014, in Israel's 14th military campaign since unilaterally disengaging from Gaza in 2005, 2 years into the total blockade that remains in place, the Israeli occupying army ravaged Gaza's infrastructure and killed over 2,200 Palestinians. This is why I will never say IDF. There is nothing defensive about the Israeli occupying army. That July, Salaita issued furious tweets. He condemned Israel's bombing of besieged Gaza and the complicity of the U.S. His most scathing commentary concerned Israel's unchecked murder of 521 children. That number seemed unimaginably high, and it is unimaginably high, even as the numbers have only exponentially increased. Zionists seized upon Salaita's tweets, claiming they proved him as an anti-Semite, as uncivil and professionally unfit, and they pressured the University of Illinois to fire him from the tenured position he had just been hired into in the American Indian Studies Department, destroying that department. It was an assault on Indigenous studies as well as on him and on Palestine solidarity. Salaita's case set off a media storm. His firing revealed a creeping fascism on college campuses, and also the growing influence of donors in what is the imperial and corporate academy. His firing sparked protests across college campuses and a boycott of UIUC. At a press conference, he warned that the university's bowing to pressure from donors created what he called a Palestinian exception to academic freedom and the First Amendment. The Palestine exception is a report that then was issued in 2015 by Palestine Legal, and Haoli was talking about that via Noura Erakat. And they substantiated this formulation, documenting how in the first 6 months of 2015 alone, they had responded to 140 incidents. 80% of those had to do with students and scholars targeted for being pro-Palestinian. Okay, so they've totally lost track of the statistics given what we're seeing right now, but between October 7 and the start of February 2024, they had received 1,300 such reports. The Palestinian exception evidences how central the American university is in supporting and contesting colonial projects materially and ideologically. Ali Abu Nima remarks upon Zionist awareness of this. He says, Israel's most aggressive proponents understand the future of U.S. support for the Zionist settler colony will be won or lost at universities, and that is why it is so important that we are all here today. And it is also why there's such repression that we're seeing across the country. Academic boycott and divestment initiatives have a particularly important role to play. These come out of the Palestinian academic and cultural boycott of Israel, or PACBI, that is part of the Palestinian-led boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, or BDS, that has as its demands that Israel comply with international law. PACBI founder Omar Barghouti observes, few forms of pressure have triggered as much alarm in Israel's establishment as the growing divestment movement on college campuses and the mushrooming support for academic boycott of Israel among U.S. academic associations. And I am so proud today that we have rolled out our own divestment demands of this university. This alarm has translated into well-funded and ruthless attacks on Palestinian activism on college campuses. The strength and power of student activism and the violent repression of it is on full display in police and university administrators' responses to the Gaza Solidarity encampments. On April 18th, I believe everyone here probably witnessed the arrests and suspensions of 108 Barnard and Columbia University students who were part of the first Gaza Solidarity encampment. In the past 2 weeks, over 120 encampments have spread across the U.S. and now across the globe. As students, faculty, and staff supporting them have been met with brutal assaults, they've been shot with rubber bullets, they've been attacked with chemical weapons, they've been arrested, evicted, suspended, fired, threatened, and harassed. Snipers have been sighted with guns trained on students at Ohio State University and Indiana University. Thousands of police have invaded Columbia University. At Emory, police invaded the encampment with automatic weapons. UCLA students were brutally beaten by the police and by Zionists who attacked students unchecked by the cops for over 2 hours. I spoke to someone on the media today and they were saying, what is all this unruly unrest happening at these encampments? And I had to say, the students are exercising immense discipline in the face of this horrific violence that is coming both from Zionist agitators and from the administrators who should be protecting them and from the police. Often based in or funded by the Israeli state, Zionist organizations play a key role in university administration's actions, and they're very busy instigating lawfare and campaigns of harassment and intimidation. These organizations posit any Palestine solidarity activism, but also any scholarship as anti-Semitic and as a threat to academic freedom. They rely on mega donors, corporate advertising, lawfare, civil rights complaints, and what Amaya Gelman calls astroturfing, which is to get a few big organizations working with dozens of small, like 3 people, opaque organizations to simulate a grassroots movement. There's just a few big donors behind all this. These organizations particularly target academic boycott. And we can see this as in the nuisance one that's been going on for about 10 years, waged by the Louis Brandeis Center for Human Rights, contesting the American Studies Association boycott resolution. Most of these are funded by Adam Milstein, a real estate magnate and billionaire who also funds Turning Point USA, as well as the anonymous doxing site Canary Mission, although he denies it. And I bring up Turning Point USA because the attacks on Palestine are also connected to the attacks on critical ethnic studies, on indigenous studies, and on other programs that are contesting the status quo. In fomenting criminalization, censure, and silencing, these groups rely on formulations that associate Palestinians and Palestine solidarity with anti-terrorism, with anti-Semitism and terrorism. So there's like the David Horowitz Center, which works in tandem with Canary Mission. They urge students to report on anti-Zionist faculty members, and they orchestrate racist and Islamophobic smear campaigns. They often plaster college campuses with posters naming and providing caricature images of faculty and students active in Students for Justice in Palestine or in BDS organizing. They rely on the exact same language that we see today, saying you're a Hamas supporter if you and you're engaging in Jew hatred and actually Jewish genocide if you speak on behalf of Palestinian freedom. Starting with the Palestine Rights Conference in 2023, they've stepped up their game and they now have doxing trucks that they drive around with students' faces plastered on these. Imagine how that must be for students to find themselves on these trucks. In the meantime, administrators respond to these attacks with silence. Not a single university president has spoken out against Canary Mission, which directly attacks its students and faculty. Often, university support is more than tacit. So at San Diego State University, the administration defended these posters on the grounds that students deserve them. Hundreds of university presidents condemned the passage of the American Studies Association boycott resolution. We are now seeing JVP and SJP chapters banned. We are seeing institutions like Ohio State University unconstitutionally blocking students from voting on a divestment initiative. At Vanderbilt, administration canceled a campus-wide, they unilaterally canceled a campus-wide vote on a BDS resolution. GW canceled counseling and mental health services to Palestinian students. Columbia and Barnard suspended students in the Gaza Solidarity encampment, and they were given 15 minutes to be evicted from their campus housing. We're also increasingly seeing the firing or suspension of pro-Palestine faculty members. Also noteworthy and shameful are statements by MIT, Harvard, NYU, and Columbia presidents who, when they've been called before congressional committees working to adopt a definition of anti-Semitism that criticizes any criticism of Israel, have just completely capitulated, participating in these witch hunts. These congressional hearings are indicative of how the dehumanization of Palestinians and crackdown on free speech have been and increasingly are being codified in punishing laws and policies with pressure from the Israeli lobby, most notably AIPAC. 38 federal and state laws that aim to penalize participation in BDS have been adopted, and there are 293 that have been proposed, and that number is probably a little bit outdated. We're also seeing really consequential definitions of anti-Semitism. The U.S. State Department's definition has, of its examples, 8 of its 11 examples feature any criticism of Israel to be a violation of free speech and academic freedom. This intensified under Trump. A 2019 executive order instructs government agencies tasked with evaluating Title VI complaints, those are complaints on the basis of national origin or race, to consider the 2016 definition for anti-Semitism provided by the IRA, or the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. So under that, any criticism of Israel is deemed hate speech, and Title VI complaints charging this discrimination, including one against UH, are currently flooding the DOE and the DOJ. The Biden administration, which undid so many of Trump's executive orders as soon as Biden stepped into office, surprise, surprise, left one in place. You can guess which one that is. Just last week, the House passed Resolution 883, which condemns From the River to the Sea, Palestine Will Be Free, as anti-Semitic and inciting of violence. And let's all refuse that by saying right now, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Join me. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Okay, so on April 26th, lawmakers introduced plans for the Columbia Act. Okay, the acronym stands for College Oversight and Legal Updates Mandating Bias Investigations and Accountability Act, which would allow the Department of Ed to impose a third-party monitor for anti-Semitic activity on any campus refusing federal funding. I'm not going to repeat that, but look it up. It's extremely chilling. The Countering Anti-Semitism Act, which recently passed by the House, aims to put an anti-Semitism monitor in the DOE and the White House. And there's already a really zealous Zionist, Deborah Lipstadt, who's a special envoy to combat anti-Semitism. So it's just upping that. If the examples I've been presenting suggest the multifaceted attacks that attend support for Palestine, they also provide an occasion to remark on their differential impact. For Palestinians, such targeting often carries serious material consequences that include job loss, lawfare, and the inability to travel home and see their family. This is not to say anything of the Palestinian students and faculty inside throughout Palestine, and I'm thinking here, for example, of the recent arrest and torture of Professor Nadira Shalhoub-Kevorkian, who was one of our beloved Decolonial November visitors, or the assault on West Bank universities that have had to move online. I think here of Rana Barakat, another one of our friends who is working under the most horrific and violent conditions. And I think about what the UN has called the scholasticide in Gaza, the systematic obliteration of education through arrest, detention, killing of teachers, students, and staff, and the destruction of educational infrastructure. There is not a single university left in Gaza right now that is operational. This scholasticide is the counterpoint to what by comparison is the milder repression we see in the US. Despite all the repression we are witnessing, as those of us who are gathered here know, to oppose Zionism and support Palestinian freedom is to keep the very best of company, including with Kanaka Maoli engaged in related struggle for deoccupation, demilitarization, and a free Hawaii. To organize for Palestine is to participate in a collective struggle for justice fueled by decolonial love. I believe these bonds will outlast and ultimately triumph over the ugliness and the increasingly desperation of Zionism and its ethno-nationalist and settler colonial practices of racist apartheid, ethnic cleansing, military occupation, and genocide. It is an honor to be with you all, saying no to this colonial violence in all its forms and co-creating a world in which we all can live in safety and abundance. So thank you very much for being here.
Aloha. So I have the pleasure next to invite up Brandy Naleni McDougall, who is going to share some poems with us. And Ku'ule. Brandy Naleni McDougall and Ku'ule, our Hawaii Poet Laureate.
Aloha aina kako. Free Palestine! From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Ayo, Palestine. Okay, so I have the pleasure of having my daughter up here with me. This is Ku'ule Hiva Hiva. And she's going to share her first ever poem that she wrote for all of you today and in honor of Palestine, okay? So first ever poem. Okay, there. I'll hold it. Okay. Just hold your poem.
I am Ku'ule. So let's not go to brands that be mean to kids, please, to help Palestine. And these are the ones over here.
Okay. Okay. So Ku'ule, which brands would you say we should not support?
McDonald's, Lay's, Domino's, Cat, Amazon, and Pringles.
Yeah, mahalo. And anything else? Any others?
Yeah. Puma and Adidas.
All right. Okay, mahalo nui. Okay. She often has a few others she'd want us to be mindful of too, but maybe she can think of those in a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to share a poem of mine. This is one I wrote a few years ago, before this most recent horrible Nakba. And I was really moved when I wrote it about the story. I was really moved about the story of a poet who had been imprisoned for the words calling for her people to resist. Sorry, I'm bringing it up now. Kalamai. And for calling for her people to resist the apartheid regime that they were living in, the horrible inequality and violence that they faced every day, just for calling for her people to resist and stand strong, she was imprisoned for years, just saying that. And so I felt, as a poet, it was my kuleana then to take up those words and to also project them, because I have the privilege of being able to. Okay. That poet is Doreen Tatur, and her words specifically were Kalim ya sha'abi kalim hum. Resist my people, resist them. I wanted to put it into conversation with one of our own Aloha Aina, Haunani K. Trask, who is also big on resistance. And this is a quote from Haunani K. Trask. Hawaiians are still here. We are still creating. We are still resisting. And it's important for us to remember that our creation, our ability to create, is a part of our resistance, okay? It is a part of it. And it's the most beautiful part of us to be able to create in the face of so much destruction and violence. So this poem is called Resist, and it's for Palestine. Stand in rage as wind and current clash, rile lightning and thunder, fire surge and boulder crash. Let the ocean eat and scrape away these walls. Let the sand swallow their fences whole. Let the air between us split the atmosphere. We have no land, no country, but we have these bodies, these stories, this language of rage left. This resistance is bitter and tastes like medicine. Our lands replanted in the dark and warm there. We unfurl our tangled roots, stretch to blow salt across blurred borders of memory. They made themselves fences and bullets, checkpoints, gates and guard posts, martial law. They made themselves hotels and mansions, adverse possession, eminent domain and deeds. They made themselves shine through the plunder. They say we can never. They say we will never, because they and the hills and mountains have been mined for rock walls, the reefs pillaged for coral floors. They say we can never, and the deserts and dunes have been shoveled and taken for their houses and highways. Because we can never, because the forests have been raided, razed, and scorched. torched, and we the wards, refugees, houseless, present absentees, recognition refusers, exiled, uncivilized, disposable, natives, protester, activists, terrorists, resistors, our springs and streams have been dammed. So they say we can never return to let it go. Accept this progress. Stop living in the past. But we make ourselves strong enough to carry all our dead, engrave their names in the clouds. We gather to sing whole villages awake. We crouch down to eat rocks like fruit, to hold the dirt, the sand in our hands, to fling words the way fat drops of rain splatter off tarp or corrugated roofs. We remember the sweetness. We rise from the plunder. They say there is no return, and yet they could never really make us leave.
Thank you for liking this poem and mine. Please don't go to brands that support bad stuff to kids. Mahalo. Cutie patooties.
She just called all of you cutie patooties, by the way. She's great to warm up an audience. Yeah.
I don't call meanies cutie patooties. I only call the ones that are very nice cutie patooties.
Yeah, so consider everyone here supporting Palestine. You're all cutie patooties specifically. All right, I have one more poem to share. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this one. Sorry. I'm having a hard time balancing the technology while watching a child and holding the mic at the same time, apparently. Call it my single mom life. Okay. Okay, this next poem I wrote for the Palestinian poet Rafat Al-Arir, who is no longer with us. I also just recently heard the news via Democracy Now! That not only have we lost Rafat, but we've also lost his eldest daughter and his grandchild. So this poem is called We Live, We Live. It borrows a lot of lines from his poems. And it starts with this epigraph that is taken from one of his poems. It goes, "We dream and pray, clinging to life even harder. Every time a dear one's life is forcibly rooted up. We live, we live, we do." You were killed yesterday on December 6th, but it was today, the 7th, my birthday, son of Shujaya, when I got the news that you were killed by Israel airstrike visiting your brother's home in Gaza City. 83 years ago today, my grandfather, only 12 years old, climbed onto the roof of his boarding school dormitory in Honolulu to watch the bombs fall on the US base built on Pu'uloa, and thought he would die that day. Just yesterday, you, your brother, your sister, and 4 of her children were killed. You were only a few years younger than me, This morning, a day after Israel's birds of death screeched down toward you, my children woke up on their own in Honolulu, though it was still dark. Their breath like soil, their voices like soil, their kisses like soil blinking when touched by rain. And my youngest, Ku'ule Hiva Hiva, rubbing her eyes, asked if it was my birthday, and am I now 47? Before singing in our ancestors' language, we are learning to speak together after the wreckage of English and Americans. And my oldest, who is learning to speak in speech therapy, giggled in her grogginess, then sang her own song too. And I thought, what did I do to deserve such tenderness this early morning? Or to live this long, having heard bombs and guns fired only from a distance, having stood safely, scared as a child and angry as an adult at the sound of our lands and waters, Kaho'olawe, Ohakuloa, Makua, Wahiawa, Mililani. Battered, bruised, burned, poisoned in live fire practice. By bombs that may have fallen on you or close to you, on those you loved full-hearted, recklessly, those you learned to cling to even harder, bombs that may have hurt or killed children like mine, who could still sing. And you, what did you do to deserve your shorter poet's life, except tell the truth and sow the seeds of songs in your students, except grow your love for them, for your people, for your land and country, for the promise within the wreckage that is this English, echoing all the way here to Honolulu, where I resisted opening my TikTok feed to savor my children's sleepy sweetness just a little longer before facing that birthdays are death days too. That each day, bombs and schools, hospitals and houses fall. Each day, children are pulled from rubble. Children are pulled away crying from rubble that buried their mothers. That they feel alone, that their hurt seeps down into the dirt, so as they look heaven in the eye somewhere in Gaza, they still have written their names and their parents' names on their limbs, so their bodies, or maybe just these parts, if that is all that's left, can be known to anyone who finds them. That if you must die, so easily uprooted from the earth, so harshly unsung, let it be a tale. And why not write poems to bring the strongest words of love, like rocks, like seeds, like songs, like names? And why not hold those rocks in your hands, your arms, pull them to your chest like children, lighting the darkest of birthday mornings? Why not feel their weight and cling even harder to live, dear poet, of Shujaiya, of Gaza, of Palestine? Before they, just before you, take flight. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui 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 ika kiuti patutis.
Aloha, mahalo nui. So I have the pleasure of calling up next Kyle Kajihiro, but before I do that, I wanted to remind us our Day of Action community guidelines. Do respect Kanaka Maoli Aina and Ea and keep the area clean. Do remember why we are here. to support Palestinian life and liberation. Do, raise consciousness, elevate Palestinian voices and those most marginalized to prefigure liberatory futures for all of us. Do, mask up to protect yourself from surveillance and to protect your comrades from illness. Do, speak for yourself and not for others. Do, direct media to those in armed yellow bands and seek help from those in orange vests. Do not engage with or provoke counter-protesters or agitators. Do not engage with the media or press. Do not engage with campus security or police. Do not photograph people's faces without affirmative consent. Do not participate in racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, anti-indigeneity, anti-blackness, gendered sexual violence, ableism, or discrimination of any kind. Do not use alcohol, drugs, or smoking, and do not block paths or doorways. Remember why we're here, to elevate Palestinian voices. Kyle, Kajihiro.
Hello, Mike Ako. Actually, this is a team effort, so we have Momi.
Aloha, my name is Momi. I'm a student at the university. We're going to be talking to you guys about UARC, the position of UH as a university-affiliated research center with the Navy and the Air Force under the Department of Defense. As a scientist, I'm very passionate about historicizing Western science and understanding that it was created in part to justify white supremacy, settler colonialism, and genocide. I think as scientists, we absolutely need to understand this history, and as students, we do not support the university working with the US military.
Alaha mai kako, o vauno kainoa ko alau ku mauna ke hea ko hoi ku o kalimukele ku ka Hawaii. O malulani a me ko moku o he ia ku ko moku o he ia ku kai no he ia mai au. Alaha mai kako, my name is Kainoa, hail from He'eia, on the windward side of Oahu, and president for the Associated Students of the University of Hawaii. I won't get too far into the details, but for ASUH, our undergraduate student government, we have a position that the university should terminate its relationship with the Department of Defense, and no research should go towards the military operations that cause harm both domestically and abroad. When we think about the violence that occurs beyond these islands as well as within these islands, we have to think about how this public university, we the students who pay the tuition that help run this university, what do we want this university to do? We pay for a service, we pay for professors, we pay for facilities that are often underqualified as well as never, to the standards in which are even nationally held when it comes to the dorms. Yet we see this university continuing to renegotiate a contract of up to $700 million so it can continue to empower the war machine. Also similar to some of the things that have been said over 60 years ago, which I'm sure the next speakers would enlighten us for, and we'll fill in the pukas too. ASUH will have a petition that'll be going around shortly that will call for the end of the UARC contract, and we hope all of you folks can sign. But mahalo.
So first want to just thank you all for organizing this and for all the students and activists around the world. You folks are the conscience of the world right now, right? When genocide is going down, people will look back and they will say, where were you? What were you doing on this day? So you all are doing this for the world, for the Palestinians, but for all oppressed peoples who are fighting to be free. They asked us to speak about the UARC. So the UARC, UARC, stands for University Affiliated Research Center, which sounds pretty innocuous on its face. Here at UH, they rebranded it as the Applied Research Lab, the ARL. They put it in a facility up in Mānoa Valley, in a neighborhood that looks pretty innocuous. But I want to tell you a little bit about the history and the story of where this UARC comes from. After World War II, the military realized that they wanted to capture the expertise and the knowledge of scientists to help them perfect their war machine. And so they created these university-affiliated research centers, federally funded research centers, various entities that would get money from the government to advance their weaponry, to advance and perfect their methods of killing. Back around 2005, we got word from some of the academics, some of the faculty at UH. They had seen this agenda item that said that there was going to be a Navy UARC on the agenda for the Board of Regents, and people raised a concern. And as we started to investigate this story, we found out what it really was. The UARC is a classified research facility. Classified meaning that the information produced in it, you don't have the right to see it. Even though this is a public university, even though your tuition and our taxes support this institution, that information is owned by the sponsor, which would, in this case would be the US Navy. And so they brought this to the university, and students, faculty, and community rose up against it. We kept hounding each step of the way when they had these meetings, and it culminated almost, 19 years ago with the occupation of Bachman Hall. So we took over President David McLean's office, which is on the second floor here. We occupied that for about a week, and the thing about this UARC is that it is using stolen Hawaiian land. It's using it to prepare for war, and what the administrators kept saying is that we're not making weapons, we're not making bombs or anything like that. But let me read you a line from, this is a leaked document called the UARC Strategy 2030, the Applied Research Laboratory at the University of Hawaii. So this is a plan that's circulating in draft form right now with a forward with David Lasner's name on the bottom of it. Embracing the UARC strategic relationship and leveraging the freedom to innovate will improve military operations and increase lethality. So all the deaths that are happening in Gaza, all the killings that are happening around the world are being perfected by the research that's happening in this UARC. And so especially if you're in the sciences, if you're in engineering, you got to ask yourself, what is that? What are those electronics? What are those sensors? What are those computer systems being used for? It may not be the explosive weapons that you're creating, but you're making them more precise, you're making them more deadly. And that is what this university is now implicated in. That blood is on our hands because we were not able to stop it back in 2005. There's the archways to the university here. There's a slogan, the motto of the university is Maluna Ae o na Lahui. Maluna Ae o na Lahui, a pau ke ola ke kanaka, which translates into above all nations is humanity. And so this was one of the themes that we brought up during the UARC fight, that this university should not be supporting nationalistic wars, imperial wars, wars of occupation, wars of genocide. And it's a crime and it's a travesty that our public institution is now implicated in this. I want to talk a little bit about some of the prehistory of this UARC, because I think this is the other thing that is important to understand, that it's not just the war making or the strategic calculus that drives these policies. It's also the greed, it's also the self-interest of individuals, whether they're politicians, whether they're researchers, or whether they're business people. In around 2000, there was a proposal made by the Research Corporation of the University of Hawaii. The Office of Naval Research was the funding agency. So the staff person there was giving some money to UH researchers in engineering, in the physics and other sciences. They padded those budgets with extra money and told the researchers, I want you to hire some folks. And don't worry, you don't have to supervise them because I'll be supervising them, Office of Naval Research. Meanwhile, this person at the ONR was having an affair with an admiral in the Navy stationed in Okinawa. this admiral wanted to retire and become the head of a new research institution centered here at UH. And so they worked out a scheme where they were going to use these UH researchers to develop a proposal that would be submitted to the ONR, right? That this person would be funding. And so this is what they did. They worked on a proposal for $50 million. They called it Project Kai'e'e, which means like the tsunami. That proposal was submitted to the Office of Naval Research, so one hand submits it to the other. The proposal was funded for $50 million. Harold Matsumoto and the RCUH posted the job description for the executive director on the wall of RCUH for 10 minutes. And then the admiral submitted his application. They took down the job announcement, and then they approved his hiring. So just before he took that job, he backed away from it. Harold Matsumoto returned $50 million to the Navy, and you have to wonder why. It was because there was a Navy criminal investigation underway, and they almost got nabbed. So who's benefiting from this relationship? Senator Daniel Inouye had his hand in all of this. This was money that he was putting into the federal budget that would flow and create a pipeline for military funding to this university. So the corruption is the other part of this formula that we have to keep in mind, right? That people are making money, people are getting jobs, they're creating institutions. So this UARC, this Project Kai'e'e just morphed into the UARC that we were fighting. They created this thing to create a pipeline for federal funding that they don't have to apply for, you don't have to compete for the contracts, right? And this is the game that's happening over and over again. And so we have to hold our administration accountable, because now they're up for a new, what is it, 700 million? 700 million renewal of the UARC contract is what's on the table, right? So, Joe, you want to say a little bit about what this proposal is all about?
Aloha, wanala. My name is Jill Nunokawa, and for purposes of today, I am just a conscientious objector. Glad you caught that one. It's so wonderful to see so many people who care about peace. Everyone who's here has an agenda of peace, we hope. I've asked the Board of Regents numerous times to pass a Board of Regents policy on peace, but it goes nowhere. What I would have loved is all of you at the IT building yesterday at 9 a.m. so that we could have a presence there. I love this, and I think you have to go to the decision makers. I've consistently gone to them as the lone dissenter, and it's tiring. ASGH comes out, but very few faculty, less than a handful. They're the decision makers. Right now, they're deciding the next University of Hawaii system president. When I asked, are you separating the president from the chancellor? Answer, no. Why is that important to you? Because most people are not going to take two full-time jobs, so you reduce your pool. Why is that important? Because you need to handpick your successor. Why is that important? Because you need to continue the Department of Defense dependency Dole. One day, in 20 years, you're going to ask yourself, who can still live in Hawaii? Between privatizing our university and militarizing our university, there's very few jobs left. You're going to either have to move out because you cannot afford this place. Yesterday, they were talking about their privatization plans. If you actually paid any attention, you would be beyond shocked. I don't know, it's difficult to talk to a variety of people like this because you all come from different walks and you have different agendas. But I do think you care about what we did like 26 years ago in 1998 with Dr. Haunani K. Trask, who people want to cheer, and she's getting a doctorate when Kainoa graduates in a couple days, and we're gonna hold her up there. And what did she do? She empowered students. She empowered students. There's been a big gap from that. We have certain faculty members that continue to empower students, but the movement of the people, the Bob Marley songs that we all love to dance to. There's been a big gap because there's been a lot of people that are on the Department of Defense dependency dole. And sometimes it's residue, you don't even know it, you just get funded as a GA. But the truth is that there's been a plan for quite a while to expand militarism in Hawaii. That's one side of it. Expanding Pohakuloa, expanding Pearl Harbor, expanding their installations. What I've been saying over and over again for at least 20 years with Kyle and everyone else is they're going right through the middle of our public university and charging you the haumana for it. You pay tuition. The tuition pays the faculty get paid by DOD. Then what happens? They classify that research. Why do we care about classified research? Because you would know nothing about Kapa'akea, Red Hill, without it being declassified. You would know nothing about it. The military decided to declassify Red Hill information in the 1990s. Look what happens. We're in a lawsuit in federal court this week. So when you get information, when things are disclosed, when there's transparency, when there's inclusivity, when there's accountability, then you would say, wait a minute, you're telling me that our president of the university is also the chancellor of Mānoa, who's also the principal investigator on the biggest Department of Defense contracts for decades? What's going on here? Why don't you disclose these things? Why are you in the middle of renegotiating these contracts? Why don't we know? What do you mean you tell the students that you need Board of Regent approval when you're lying and you don't? At one point, do the people rise up and say, we're over it? I had the good fortune to start this school many, many decades ago with a professor named Haunanike Trask. And what she urged all the students to do was educate yourself. Supplemental, source, what's your primary source, your secondary source, educate yourself, and then get active. Ku'e, ku'e, ku'e is what Haunanike would say, right? And so it's one thing to learn the intellect, it's another thing to have direct action. And that's why I have a lot of aloha from Kukia'i Mauna and Kapu Aloha. They're movements. So I'm looking to see the movement to prevent the extension of a very large Department of Defense contract that you pay for. That they classify the work. Example, if your professors are doing work that's supposed to benefit the public and that you're a grad student on, that's a win-win. But if the Department of Defense says, we want this work and we now classify it, that means the public does not gain the benefit of that innovation, the research, your work. So all of a sudden it goes over here and the military sends out task orders and you do them. So all of a sudden this incredible work that's being done on, let's say, imperceivable sound, as an example. All of a sudden the military wants it, which is exactly what's happening, by the way. And so all of a sudden it's classified. So if you're any part of that, the end. We're not gonna know the benefits of that. This is the danger of militarizing our university. So it's my great hope that events like this educate you. And if you'd like to know the down and dirty, if you want to know the facts, come see me. Because actually, I hold the key to a lot of facts. The problem's been a'ole participation. A'ole people coming and saying, let's work together. You know, it's really interesting. I spoke on Tuesday at the presidential search group that came, the little sham, and it was the last day of Passover. So I had written a haiku for it because it strikes me as very interesting if you know anything about Passover and its point, that the exodus of the Israelites are the very songs that Bob Marley wrote about in Exodus and a redemption song. This idea of exodus from enslavement, that's actually what we all want, just because we pose ourselves as a different gender or a race or some type of other classification. We really want to love and be loved. We want to respect and be respected. We don't want to be blown up. Whatever the borderline is, we don't want to feel unsafe. That's really the bottom line. And when the Rainbow Coalition started in the 60s, one of the reasons that the top leaders were assassinated is because they talked about economic oppression. They talked about that we all suffer together, which only means that we can all get out of this together. So if you're interested, we should talk a little bit about energy. Since this is all probably watched and everything, if you want to know a little bit about energy manipulation, come see me. And you're going to wonder about the floods in Dubai or the fire in Lahaina or anything else. This is kind of the work that the military does. They know how to accelerate and de-accelerate weathers, environments, energy, frequency, vibration, what you're going to inherit that you don't really know yet. So when I look out in the crowd, I have nothing but love in my heart. That's why I continue to do what I do, because it's hard to know and not do anything. Bystander life is a tough life. You have a lot of regret when you come old like me. So I can just encourage you that if you don't want this university to continue to be an extension of the US military, then you're gonna have to do a little bit more than just showing up to this. We're gonna have more of a voice. We're gonna have to be at the Board of Regents. We're gonna have to be part of this alleged search for UH president. Like I keep saying, it's already a done deal. All these things are a done deal. I wanted to leave you with this. It was only reported on Monday in the Maui News. Hold on for a second. Yeah. Only in the Maui News was it reported. That the Department of Air Force, under the Department of Defense, is proposing to construct and operate the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing Site Small Telescope Advanced Research. They were calling it Amos Star. Why do you care? Why do you care about 7 new telescopes on Haleakala? Because the University of Hawaii is part of that through the Institute for Astronomy, through the ARL at UH, through RCUH. You see, it's all interconnected. They're doing war games, Star Wars, Space Force, whatever you want to call it. But I'll tell you this, it means militarizing our state, privatizing our state. And you're going to end up with what kind of jobs? You're going to end up working with DOD, or you're going to work for billionaires, or you're going to live in Henderson, Nevada. I'm sorry to be so honest and blunt about it all, but there's an acceleration of the expansion of the military in the state of Hawaii, and they're using the University of Hawaii, and all of you transient students who don't know better, they're using you. You're using your tuition. They're using your, when you work, your taxes. And that kind of stuff, if we can come together and educate each other, then I think we've got a better chance to exodus, movement of your people. Mahalo.
In his farewell speech, President Eisenhower warned about the danger of the military-industrial complex. This was a 5-star general, right? He led wars, but he saw what was happening is that the permanent war machine was taking over US society, and especially institutions of higher learning like this university, right? So this is what he was warning about. The good news is that we have an opportunity to stop this. I'll let Kainoa talk in a few minutes, but I want to mention a few things. One is that about 40,000 acres of Hawaiian trust land that the military leases for $1 for 65 years. These leases expire in 2029. This is a chance to get thousands of acres of land cleaned up and returned, but the military wants to hold on to it. So right now there is an environmental impact statement for the Pohakuloa training area, about 23,000 acres of land that the military wants to retain for training. There's an opportunity to testify on this in Waimea and Hilo on Monday and Tuesday nights, if anybody's over there. But you can also submit your comments. I think by the early part of June, they still will take comments on this. So look for this Pohakuloa training area environmental impact statement. The other thing that's happening is this summer is the RIMPAC exercises, the largest multinational training exercises in the world that happen every 2 years in Hawaii. We estimate about 26 different countries will be here, among them Israel. So this is an opportunity to intervene and stop this. Genocide regimes are not welcome here in Hawaii. So connect with Anak Bayan, connect with Jewish Voice for Peace, Hawaii Peace and Justice. These are all groups that will be working to oppose the RIMPAC exercises. In June, there's also the Festival of the Pacific, largest cultural gathering in the Pacific here in Honolulu. As a parallel event, there'll be a discussion between activists from around the region called Protecting Oceania. So I want to invite folks to check that out. If you go to Hawaii Peace and Justice website, there'll be information about how to sign up for these 3 days of discussion. They want to talk about new regional formations for solidarity in the Pacific. So come to that. And the other opportunity we have is to stop this UARC with this contract that's coming up for renewal. And Kainoa and the ASUH have been holding it down and fighting this issue. So I want to invite him to come and share with you the opportunity to stop the UARC contract. Thank you.
I just wanted to add that I don't want you to think that you are normal, because they're not. There's only 12 in the nation. 12. Think of how many universities and colleges you have. We got handpicked many years ago because we're an extension of the military. I want to tell you that the last one that came into play was 2 years ago. Can you guess where? Come on. Howard. Howard University with 13 affiliates, including Tuskegee. Okay? I just wanted to point that out.
Mahalo nui to Kyle, mahalo nui to Jill. You know, we are fortunate to have stood in the shade of many great trees in our upbringing, in our growing. When we think about this university, how many of you are students? We got a bunch. How many faculty we got out here? See a few hands, mahalo nui. And how many of you are alumni? So when we think about a document that Kyle just shared, where our own University of Hawaii president is talking about the prioritization of research that improves lethality, potency for the United States military, and we think about the harm that's caused here and the poisoning of children for the military's own sons and daughters in the waters of our aquifer. When we think about the university, what position has it taken when the Navy is trying to say that there's false positives in water testing here in Hawaii? What are we thinking about when we tie in when we think about the violence that Israel, an ally of the United States in its perpetuation of imperialism across the world, and the genocide that's occurring in the Middle East? What do we think about how we tie that to this university? What are each and every one of us going to do? You know, the thing the kupuna told me and they teach me is that the Allah, when it comes to the path, when it comes to the Allah that is the awakening, it's the path that you see when the sun rises and the sun reflects that beautiful path of light that reaches you along the standing at the seashore. There's a new path each and every day, and it's important to remember that every day is an opportunity for a new beginning, for a new awakening to something new. So when we think about what's new, and we think about, as the wisdom from Jill Nunakawa shared, about peace, about the promotion of peace, For me as a student at this university, it means that the university should not be engaging in promoting and improving the war fighter, improving the war machine at this university. When it comes to the actions of the Board of Regents and the tie of the supercomputer to the supercomputing telescope that Jill shared that is to be built on our sacred peaks of Haleakala. How dare the Board of Regents hold its public meeting, May 16th, right? On May 16th, when the Maui community, already suffering from its wildfires, are supposed to be holding the public forums on Maui about the telescope. How dare the Board of Regents, which is supposed to allow the public input on the county of Maui on May 16th, hold that meeting on Oahu at the IT building? Where are we opening space for input from the communities that we're impacting? Where's the transparency to the students on the research that's being conducted here that's causing hostilities and violence across the world? When did we say that America the free is the one who should police the world, who should have that power of censorship, of monitoring the planet? I will not agree with a country that in its first 200 years served as a penal colony for the British and the French to dictate who is in charge of this planet. We come from a people, you know, Abercrombie at this last Board of Regents meeting, I will share, he talked about this whole notion of colonization and the colonization of chiefs in Hawaii and how we colonize ourselves in a sense. But when it comes to that history, tell me when America has had over 200 years of peace. The United States goes to a large war almost every 20 years. Think time's ticking actually when we look about the actions happening here in the Pacific and with Lloyd Austin meeting here, as well as the renegotiation of this UARC contract. But when we think about the mana'o of our kupuna, the ike of our kupuna, I remember wahine leaders like Kalai Manuia who helped facilitate hundreds of years of peace on this island alone. I remember, I think about how our nation state of the Hawaiian Kingdom was a neutral nation state that, should the usurpation not have happened, could have served as the space in between China and the United States today, as is Konane, making space between so one cannot harm the other. So when we imagine the future that we want to live here in Hawaii, the importance is in thinking about these futures for each and every one of our places as well as ourselves. It boils down to, if not you, then who? You know the thing about Lomi Lomi? Mahalo. You know the thing about learning metaphor through practice and not just through the reading? Lomi Lomi. You experience that. You never want to experience it again because you got to tear muscle in order for it to heal. Healing in that understanding is not an easy job. And we got over 100 years of healing to do in this place and in many spaces. But ultimately, each of us have to practice that Lomi Lomi. I hope to see each and every one of you at the Board of Regents meeting that's going to be held on this campus on May 16th. I hope to make it known, regardless of the censorship that they committed against myself, Jill, as well as Diane, who testified. 3 people, 1 faculty member, and 2 students, and we're going to argue that we're talking on non-agendized items, so we shouldn't even allow those comments to proceed. When we hold these meetings at times that are so inconvenient to students, they don't want our input. I was the chair of the Honolulu Youth Commission, a commissioned part of the city and county government. I've also worked with other commissions in the state, so I know a little bit about the flexibility for the laws that are provided when it comes to running boards and commissions. And the Board of Regents absolutely could allow the comment of 2 students and a faculty member who are talking about peace and transparency. These people for far too long have gone unchallenged. If I may be quite frank, some of them act like a bunch of dicks when it comes to how they govern the university. We just received an email today saying that we're allowed to have this event here from the Dean of Students. When did the university supersede the United States Constitution? And when did the United States Constitution supersede Hawaiian Kingdom law, which allowed the same expressions? Far too long has silence been a consent held at this university. That's how they run these meetings. Despite us knowing when Uncle crosses his arm, it means he's actually in opposition. That's how we run that's how the meetings were run in Keanai, from what the kupuna told me. But as Jill said, and as Kyle, as well as Momi, there continues to be the need for us, if we're gonna preach about Haunani, if we're gonna praise her, then each and every one of us have to embody what she left us. The ability to question, to challenge fearlessly. When I hear about the stories of racism at this university, I do have to say that we've come far. But with those gifts, with the shade that those great trees have provided for us, what will each and every one of us grow into being and doing? The only commitment that I can offer is a commitment to continue to fight against this UART contract and to fight for peace and justice when it comes to what happened here in Hawaii and the world. We have to fight for peace. You know, as the kupuna told us, we all connected. Kumukawai kapuaka lani hiwet. Ola ita ha, ola ita vai, ola ita I, and that's Hawaii. We are the people who are connected from the breath, the water, and the spirit that connects the awe. And when we think about that awe, we have to think about the awe that we give to this place to help so many people across the planet. It's time we end the genocide. It's time we end the harmful practices that occur here at this university. And I hope to see each and every one of you at this next Board of Regents meeting. IT building, March 16th, 9 a.m. May 16th. Sorry, I'm in another time zone. Little bit in the past, a little bit in the future. I don't know where I stay half the time sometimes. But I hope to see each and every one of you engaged with pushing back against how this university is run. I think about the comments from past student leaders that said this is a plantation-run university. And I have to concur in my short time of advocating in this space. But again, the decision of what the future looks like comes down to each and every one of us. It comes down to our actions each day, and as shared, going down to the places in which the decisions are being made and helping to influence how those decisions are made. How many of you are planning on making the meeting? Are you guys here to promote peace through this university? Are you here to fight against the military machine and promote an alternative to what we can create at this place and for all spaces? Sorry, one last point. I recall a kupuna sharing with me. He said, you know, one day I hope we can have a peace force where rather, just like in Lua, when it comes to the combat arts of our kupuna, before you can break bones, you learn to mend them. In the first 2 years, what if we taught all those who went out to fight how to grow food, how to make clean water, how to meet people's basic needs before they ever pulled out a gun? That's the kind of war fighter we should be fighting for. Ones that help put and meet our basic needs so that way there's no conflict. Not inducing conflict to resolve our problems. So when, as a student at this university, and I hope the same for each and every one of us tied to these places, to this space and with the opportunity to make a difference now. That we're committed to not just the waha, not just the talk, but commit to the walk, to the actions of these many great trees like Auntie Healani Sonoda Pale, who took actions many times too. So we hope to see you at the meetings, and we hope to maintain our commitment to make this place a better space and for this place to promote healing and not war. Eo? Mahalo.
I just wanted to add.
Yes, Free Palestine. I'm going to invite, if you're standing in this area, ahe po'e aloha aina oi, ahe po'e aloha Palestina oi, e noho paha I lalo ma'anei. We have visitors. They can be here. It's not we know why we're here. It's not disruptive to what we have to share. If they want to stand and be in people's ways, we can move around to see. But unless someone is physically threatening someone else's space here, I think we just do our thing. We just keep it with the program. Sound good? Free Palestine? Free Palestine? So if you have a sign, if you're frustrated by the disruption and the really offensive covering of my face, super heva keia, then you can come and sit down with the sign. But otherwise, y'all are totally fine to be out there. And our guests, they can continue to learn with us, continue to liberate their minds. Free the people, free your minds. The Occupy Hawaii end. I didn't write that. All right, here we go.
Mahalo. I just wanted to add to what Kainoa was saying and why you would think about coming out on May 16th to the Border Region meeting. Because what is on their agenda is your strategic plan till 2029, specifically the area called Kuleana. And they're going to try to figure out the Kuleana to reconcile injustice. That's what was on the Border Regions yesterday. We went there to talk about how are they going to reconciling injustice for Native Hawaiians and continuing to receive $700 million in Department of Defense funding through the public university. How do you reconcile things that are irreconcilable? But if people come out to say just that reconciling the injustices in Hawaii doesn't mean more military through a public university. If you say nothing, they consider that consent. Silence is consent. Not participating is consent. This situation is participation. That's why there's this push and pull, just like what's around the world. But what we're doing here is very peaceful. It is leading by being peaceful, not being aggressive, not putting ourselves on somebody else, not taking over other people's lands, right? That's the history of Hawaii. So we don't have to go too far to understand histories around the world. So that's why we're here. I urge you to get involved, and if you're interested in understanding the funding and what they're doing, there are people like myself who do know. So if you want to know, as Hanana K. Trask would say, then you're gonna have to go do the work, because they're not gonna feed it to you. You're not gonna get Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth in one of your classes. You're gonna have to go seek out Ngugi wa Thiong'o's Decolonizing the Mind. You're gonna have to go look for other alternative types of education than the mainstream that you're getting. So please, I encourage you to come out on May 16th, educate yourself. What the board does, it's on a YouTube channel. Watch it, understand what's going on, because there's no one holding them accountable to being extensions of this regime. the regime of this university. So mahalo. Okay, first I want to just really thank all of the people who have come out, support the Palestinian people today, and stand up against genocide. Cheers to the brave students at UCLA who stood up against 4 hours of attack by fascist thugs while police stood by. Many of them hospitalized with a Palestinian young man with 7 staples in his head and stitches across his face, who then came back the next day to stand with the Palestinian people. That's the kind of courage we need. To stand up against genocide is right, it's righteous, it's inspiring, and that's what we need to do. To stand up for genocide and to defend genocide is wrong. It was chilling to me to hear that the university thought they could shut this down or say that there was no permit. I want to say that in 1968, the same time there were student uprisings across the U.S., we were here on Bachman Lawn, and we were here for months to stop the war in Vietnam. We were here. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! I want to say that I was first out for Palestine after students on this campus, standing in this very spot, were calling for the removal of a Shah. And people stood up and they talked about Palestine. And that's where I first learned I was on the wrong side. I hope some of the people here who are standing up to defend genocide will think about what they are doing. The genocide of 36,000 Palestinians after 81 years of occupation. Think about it. Think what you're standing up for. You have no moral high ground. It's the people here, the people who are standing up for Palestine, who have the moral high ground in this struggle. This space has been the space that has educated tens of thousands of university students. I was educated here as a student and then as a visiting faculty until they didn't like me. And continue to struggle. Don't be allowed to shut up. Get your courage together to stand up for the Palestinian people. And remember, as Jamaica said, raise your sights. Go as high as you can. What we're up against is capitalism and imperialism. Those two are going together, and we have to be in it until that is gone. Thank you again, everybody. You have a long struggle ahead. It so inspires me
at the age of 82 to see all of the young people standing up. You are our future. Thank you.
So I just want to remind us for our day of action, our community guidelines. Do respect Kanaka Maoli, Aina, and Ea, and keep the area clean. Do remember why we are here, to support Palestinian life and liberation. Raise consciousness, elevate Palestinian voices and those most marginalized to prefigure liberatory futures for all of us. Mask up to protect yourself from surveillance and to protect your comrades from illness. Do speak for yourself and not for others. Direct media to anyone in a yellow armband, and if you need help, seek someone in an orange vest. But do not engage with or provoke counter-protesters or agitators. Do not engage with the media or press. Do not engage with campus security or police. Do not photograph people's faces without affirmative consent. Do not participate in racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, anti-indigeneity, anti-blackness, gendered and sexual violence, ableism, or discrimination of any kind. Do not use alcohol, drugs, or smoking, and do not block paths or doorways or microphones. Thank you. And is Kainoa ready to come to the mic? Kainoa? I invite Kainoa up to the mic.
Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah, mahalo nui. I know I was asked to talk about RIMPAC and talk about the Rim of the Pacific training that's expected to occur here in these islands. And you know, the brief that I was gonna just share, and before we turn it over to the other readings that are gonna be occurring, is just the recognition that, again, when it comes to this place, when it comes to this space, and this one space that once sustained people, you know, nearly 1 million people, as some shared, when it comes to the food that was provided. We recognize that our practices and through our lifestyle, that it promoted healing, that it promoted the cultivation of life. And yet here we are becoming a space that trains for death. When it comes again to the practice of lua, before you can learn how to break bones, you need to learn how to mend them. When we think about what they're doing here in RIMPAC, do they train soldiers to heal, or do they train them to kill? I still recall the stories from my own family members who served. Kill the civilian, you know, and breed the soldier in the sense. But when I think about the direction that we should be going, it's time for us to reframe an alternative to the military-industrial complex, grounded in the knowledge about in the Ike Kupuna that was provided to us, in recognition that we should heal and not harm, in recognition that soldiers should learn how to provide, in recognition that soldiers should provide basic needs before picking up a gun. You know, as they say in Ho'oponopono too, and when it comes to lua, sometimes it's all an inside job. So despite some people expressing their externalities on others, it's important to hold to the core of who we are. You know, with those things, I think I'll turn it over to you. Yeah.
And we next have up to the mic Julie, who's going to be talking from JVP. Oh, I'm sorry. Next, we're going to hear about the ceasefire.
All right. So, who here submitted testimony or came to some action for the ceasefire resolution? Awesome. It is thanks to all of you that Hawaii became the first quote-unquote occupied illegal state to pass a ceasefire resolution. My name is Julie. I'm with Jewish Voice for Peace. And the ceasefire resolution was the result of
coming together across all islands to make this happen. So I'm going to talk for a second about the ceasefire resolution in terms of an end-to-end campaign. This is something that we spent about 7 months to make happen, and about 7 months to make happen.
Hamas rejects every ceasefire.
We are having we're having a teach-in up here on this stage. So I'm going to ask everybody to clear the stage. Everybody except the people participating in the teach-in, all of us, and go into the audience. When people are at the mic, they have a right to speak and be listened to. They're invited guests here, and they're participating in this teach-in. So I'm going to ask that the people that are still up here to please step down and clear this space. Please step down and clear this space. Please step down and clear this space so that our invited speakers can speak.
Hamas keeps rejecting the ceasefire. What are we to do?
Aloha Aina! Aloha Aina! Kukia'i Palestina! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! Sir, you do not have my permission. You do not have my permission. Is there somebody from campus? Okay. Do you want to step in here? We're on Kanaka Maoli land.
I ask you all to see reason. Hamas has rejected every ceasefire. See reason, my friends. My people, see reason.
Kaulanana pua o Hawai'i Kupa ama hope o kaina Hiki mai ka elele o ka loko ino Pala pala anunu me ka pakaha Kaulanana pua o Hawai'i Kupa ama hope o kaina Hiki mai ka elele o ka loko ino Pala pala anunu me ka pakaha Pane mai Hawai'i moku ke ave Kokua na honoa o pi'ilani Kako o mai kaua I o mahano Papu me ke o neo ka kuhi hewa Pane mai Hawai'i moku ke ave Kokua na honoa o pi'ilani Ka ko'o mai kaua I o mano Papu me ke o neo ka kuhi hewa A ole makoa e mina mina I ka pu'u kala o ke ahupuni Ua lava mako I ka pohaku I ka ai kamaha o ka aina A ole a koua e mina mina I ka pu'u kala o ke ahupuni Ua lava mako I ka pohaku I ka ai kamaha o ka aina Ma hope mako o lili ulani Aloha ai ka pono ka aina Haina ia mai ana ka puana O ka poe I aloha I ka aina Ma hope mako o Palestina Aloha ai ka pono ka aina Haina ia mai ana ka puana O ka poe I aloha I ka aina How y'all doing? Okay. We're gonna just sing some songs for a little bit, because it sounded like people need to sing some songs. For those who didn't know that mele was written in 1893 by Ellen Keho'ihi Wright Prendergast. She was asked by the not Hawaiian style band, wow guys, this is a hard day. She was asked by the Royal Hawaiian Band to write a song in honor of their protests against the invading country, the provisional government, later the Americans, to show their act of aloha for their aupuni, for their government, for their lahui, for their people, and for their aina. These Kanaka musicians left their jobs in order to refuse to sign an oath of allegiance to this provisional government. They were not the only ones. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of public workers gave up their professions in order to stand with their aupuni. When we gather here today, anywhere in Hawaii, when we gather in an anti-imperialist organizing, when we gather in an anti-colonial group, we are a part of that legacy. I need you to remember that. So when the Zionists come and they say, what about America? Why aren't you proud to be America? We know they didn't do their homework. They do not know where they are. We know where we are. So, someone over here said they don't speak Hawaiian in Palestine. I know people who have spoken Hawaiian in Palestine. I know people who have been loved by Palestinians. I have been loved by Palestinians. We share a struggle with Palestinians. We share food with Palestinians. We share our way with Palestinians. And so when we stand here today, I need you to remember that. We are standing, of course, with Palestinians, but we are also standing in a tradition, an anti-imperialist, an anti-colonial, an anti-military tradition. We will hold steadfast to that. If we lose that, we have nothing. Do you understand? If we lose that, we have nothing. So allow the Zionists to stand where they may, so long as they do not physically threaten anyone. They may fly their flags. People have been flying offensive American flags here for years. It is silly. It is silly. It is outrageous. It shows that they do not understand where they are. So listen, if you have been called to the mic, understand that there will be disruption. Your job is to continue. There will be disruption. Your job is to continue. If you are not comfortable, that is fine. You do not have to come up here. We will do everything we can to make you feel safe, but there will be disruption. The rest of us will watch. We will hold space. We will be here for you should anyone try anything violent, but it will not be us, because we stand in a tradition. Free Palestine, free Hawaii, free Palestine, down with all empires, all occupiers must go, power to the people.
We're gonna keep singing, but my voice is way worse than Haoli's, so just bear with us. We are going to sing a song that if anybody was at our singing protest at the Capitol on the day that the Capitol almost canceled the ceasefire or killed the ceasefire resolution, you might know it. But the lyrics for this first one are gonna be, and you'll see the pace in a second, but it's gonna be ceasefire, ceasefire. Our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. If anyone knows this song, come up to the front so you can help me out here. All right. Ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. Ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. Ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. Everybody, ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. Ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. Ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. Louder, ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. Ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. Ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. Ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. Ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. Two more times. Ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, the voice of peace must keep getting higher. Ceasefire, ceasefire, our children are dying, it can't get more dire. Ceasefire, ceasefire, must keep getting higher. Oh! We're gonna sing one more. This one's by Adrienne Marie Brown, and it's a prayer to Palestine. And good. Okay. Okay. So we are basically how the song is gonna go. I'll just model it. It's gonna be like, we breathe together. We breathe together. We breathe together. Stop the occupation. So every time we're gonna do it 3 times, the first line, and then stop the occupation. And I'll signal what the next sentence will be after our 3 times. So let's all start together. We breathe together. We breathe together. We breathe together. Stop the occupation. We stand, we stand, we stand together. We stand together. We stand together. Stop the occupation. We grieve, we grieve, we grieve together. We grieve together. We grieve together. Stop the occupation. We pray, we pray, we pray together. We pray together. We pray together. Stop the occupation. Resist together. Resist together. Resist together. Stop the occupation. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Stop the occupation. Ceasefire. 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 Stop the occupation. Again, we breathe together. We breathe together. We breathe together. Stop the occupation. We stand, we stand. Stand together. We stand together. We stand together. Stop the occupation. We grieve together. We grieve together. We grieve together. Stop the occupation. We pray together. We pray together. We pray together. Stop the occupation. Resist, resist, resist together. Resist together. Resist together. Stop the occupation. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Stop the occupation. Ceasefire. 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 Stop the occupation. We'll go through one more time. We breathe together. We breathe together. We breathe together. Stop the occupation. We stand together. We stand together. We stand together. Stop the occupation. We grieve together. We grieve together. We grieve together. Stop the occupation. We pray together. We pray together. We pray together. Stop the occupation. Resist together. Resist together. Resist together. Stop the occupation. Free Palestine. Louder. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Stop the occupation. Ceasefire. 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 Stop the occupation. All right, we're gonna start again about the ceasefire resolution. So one more time, I wanna hear everybody who came to an action, submitted testimony, did something to support the ceasefire resolution. All right, well, I just want to say a big mahalo to all of you because it is this community that made that happen over 7 painstaking months where when it was first introduced, no one thought that we would have to wait that long through an entire legislative session to still not see a ceasefire, and we still don't see a ceasefire today. But we became the first occupied illegal state to pass a ceasefire resolution, and a lot of people said that this was just symbolic, but I will tell you that since this was passed, we have been outreached, and other states are so inspired to make this happen in their own states, and it has inspired people around the country to stand up and to keep going and to mobilize. So that was because of us, y'all. I have to give a shout out to Rise for Palestine couldn't be here today, but they were the ones leading the charge, Fatima and Will, putting in tireless work to make this happen. So a big shout out to them. Oh! We also had Jeanette Kablawi and her husband Nick, who were creating video after video. You might have seen the ones that went viral, and they were, there day in and day out at the ledge, lobbying Congress people to make that happen. So also a big mahalo to them. Oh! And we had countless people submit testimony in favor, with so few opposed, and that is because the state of Hawaii knows what it is like to be an occupied territory, to be illegally overthrown, to have settler colonialism destroy its land and its people, and we made abundantly clear that Hawaii stands with Palestine through that resolution. Oh! And so I just want to talk a little bit about how we made that happen and how so many groups came together. There was about 20 community orgs across all islands that made that happen. So many people working inside the Capitol, outside the Capitol, to make that happen. And really that was started, I don't know if you all were there, on January 23rd. There was a rally that introduced the ceasefire resolution. So many amazing, beautiful speakers came out that day in support. And then we had Senator Miley Shimabukuro, who introduced it in March. And then, we went through the whole legislative, painstaking process and rallies along the entire way to make sure that the House and the Senate knew where the people stood. We had so many people come out to submit testimony. And I just want to talk a little bit about the moment when we thought it might get killed. And a big shout out because people went into the state legislature and made sure that they got people on record saying that they would schedule the resolution and pass it. So by the time that these senators and legislators realized that there would be so much pressure in that building to not pass a ceasefire resolution, there was pressure for them to keep their word to the people. And so that was one of the amazing tactics that was used. And it literally in the House was almost killed, and the night before there was a group of people that were ready to escalate action against the state legislature that put in a ton of work to create 3 different versions of an escalated action in case they did not schedule it by the deadline the next morning. And that is work that you don't see because it's all behind the scenes, because they did get wind of that. When we showed up that day, there was 6 security, 8 police officers, whereas the day before there was only 2 security and no police officers at the legislature. And that is how freaking scared of us that they were, that we had so much power over that building. And luckily we were able to make it a green event, because right before the deadline they did schedule that event. We did not have to disrupt anything, but we were ready. And I just want to say that when you organize for 6 months straight, the amount of power that you develop in the community, in the people, the amount of people that have leveled up their organizing skills who have never organized before is miraculous. And we are not going anywhere, and that power is just going to build and build and build, because this community just shares every skill that they get with everybody else that they can find. And that is what is so beautiful, of people who are just supporting each other, loving each other, and sharing skills and sharing stories, because we all know that all of our liberation is tied up with each other. All of our safety is tied up with each other. Oh! And lastly, I just want to say that as a Jewish person, you do not need Jewish permission to fight for Palestine, to stand up for Palestine. This is not about Jewish safety. This is not about Jewish fear. This is not about Jewish feelings. This is about Palestine and Palestinians and their voices and nobody else's. And with Congress right now trying to pass the most insane just legislation around the rhetoric that we use being anti-Semitic when you have alt-right white supremacists saying whatever the fuck they want out here threatening people left and right, but we can't say that we are against the genocide, and we can't say that we support everybody's life and everybody's safety. That is ridiculous, and we will say no until the day we die. All right, so free Palestine. 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 Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Thank you, everybody.
I'd like to invite up to the mic now, Rose and Imani.
And release the 9,000 Palestinian prisoners of war who are being held without trial in Israel right now. Hello, my name is Rose Elevit. If Imani is here, I'd love to have them up here. But I'm a Jew, and I'm a proud anti-Zionist Jew, and I'm a member of JVP Hawai'i. We are accepting new members, and we are building a very mighty force of JVP to fight back against occupation, to fight back against imperialist violence. I'm okay, yeah.
Don't pretend to be Jewish, you can have your opinion, fine. But don't pretend to be
Thank you! It was actually at this very institution through ethnic studies where I learned about the horrible apartheid system that the so-called state of Israel enforces upon Palestinians. And I just want to say to any Jews out there tonight or non-Jews that are interested in joining JVP Hawai'i, we are continuing to build and grow, and we are accepting membership, and we would love for you to be here because, as my comrade Julie said earlier today, Palestine has nothing to do with Jews, and we've been brainwashed into believing that Jewish safety is rooted in the annihilation of Palestinians. And we here at JVP Hawai'i say that is false, that is wrong, and not in our names. You will not continue to murder Palestinians and steal their land and their natural resources in the name of Jewish safety. Thank you very much.
Why lie about being Jewish? Why lie about being Jewish? I don't pretend to be Muslim, but why lie about being Jewish? Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. Ew. Rina ho mai ke aloha ia kākou pakahia pao. Nā ike ia mau kanaka. A o he o lako mana. Hila wale. A o he o lako mana. Aia vai ka mana. Ai ka poe aloha aina. Aia vai ka mana. Ai ka poe aloha aina. Uhai mai. Aia vai ka mana. Ai ka poe aloha aina. Aya vai kamana. Aya vai kamana. Aya vai kamana. Hea haia mea he aloha aina. O ke aloha aina. O e ka ume maganeti o ka poe Hawai'i. Nāna I ka ohi I ka pilina o ke la me ke ia kanaka o ka lahu I Hawai'i. I nāno oe he aloha aina. E ku ana oe. E ho'opa'a ana I nā paia. E kukulu ana I nā hale. E noho ana oe ma ka ihu a pani I a ka mana. Pehea la kākou e kāko oe ia ke kahi. Ma ke ia mea o ke aloha aina. How will the aloha aina rise in this generation? Will you stand on the side of justice and perpetuate the righteousness of our lahui? Will you stand on the side of this aina Hawai'i who has millennium of ties to indigenous folks all around the world? Or you stand idle on the sideline like a coward and fight for imperialism, fight for colonialism, fight no ka eha. She is part of ka aina ho'okolonaio. Ka aina ho'okolonaio. Na la kou no I kolonaio ke ia aina. O vai ka poe, ai vai ka mana, ai poe aloha aina. Aya vai kamana. Aya vai kamana. Nana ike ia mau kanaka. A o he o la ko mana. Au e, hila. Hila la ko. Ho'opa'a hoka aua. Ai ki ka makau kau ana. O wai ke ia aina nei. O vai ke ia aina nei, o ka aina kaula no Hawai'i. He mea ia I pili pono I ka poe Palestina. Hawaii has stood with Palestinians for over 200 years. These Zionists don't even know the history of the aina they're trying to occupy here. Right here. O vai ke ia poe. He mau poe kolonaio vale no. He mau poe huna lepo vale no. Au e hila. A o he o la ko mana. They got no mana. That's why they show up here. Au e hila. They cannot even understand what I'm saying. Cause guess what? They do not belong where? Na vai ke ia aina. Na ka poe ha Hawai'i. Aya vai kamana, aika. Aya vai kamana. Aya vai kamana. I'm gonna say this speech again. I want every single one of you to memorize it. In 1845, after the passing of Timoteo Ha'elilio, ke kahi ana poe I ho'opa'a I ke ea a me ke ku'oko'a o ka lahui. One of the people that was instrumental in consecrating the recognition of ko Hawai'i Pai'aina, the Hawaiian archipelago, as a nation state. 1845, there's a kanikau written by J.M. Ka'ili'ili. J.M. Ka'ili'ili writes this beautiful kanikau commemorating the life of Timoteo Ha'elilio. And inside of that kanikau, inside of that dirge, they talk about the vahikau lana o Hawai'i, na vahipana, just like ko'iahi that stands and protects all of the po'e o ahune. Inside of that mele, inside of that kanikau, they consecrate the pilina, the relationality, the sovereignty, the contestation of po'e Hawai'i me Palestina. So I want you all to remember these words from the kanikau. And the words are na ki ovai, na ki ovai, na puna vai, kaulana,
O Palestine. Naki ovai. Na punavai. Kaulana. O Palestine. Naki ovai. Na punavai. Kaulana. Ovai. O. Eo. Naki ovai. Na punavai. Kaulana. O Palestina. 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 One more time, y'all ready? Let's do a crescendo inside this one. You guys know the crescendo? Poco a poco crescendo. So we're gonna slowly get louder. You ready? Ikidu. Ikidu mahalo. Okay. Naki ovai. Na punavai. Kaulana. O Palestina. 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 Eyo. Eya. Eyo. Eya. Aloha. Aina. Aloha. Aina. Aloha Aina. Aloha Aina. Aloha Aina. Aloha Aina. What does Aloha Aina mean? Aloha Aina is a deep love for land. So deep that it will push you to fall in love with your lahui, even if they aren't stepping up and doing everything they're supposed to. It will push you to be uncomfortable and be in situations where po'eho o kolonayo nekia kanaka mana ole next to me try to disrupt, try to agitate, try to do whatever they like. But we know one thing. Hemo po'e vivo ole kako. We are brave people. We have been fighting colonialism for over 200 years. What's another colonizer? Hemana ole kona. They have no mana. They have no mana. So I ask all of you, Ayavai kamana? Ayavai kamana? Ayavai kamana? Ayavai kamana? Eo. Ea. Eo. Ea. Na aue hila hila ho. Ah. Hila hila aue. Na kea maupo e kanaka. Ohe o lako mana. They ain't no more mana. That's why they here. Aue. Aue hila hila. Hila hila. Na lako. They try to take up space here too. They're trying to colonize Keia, Wahikaulana, or Hawai'i too. Are they not? Are they not trying to take up space in our Aina as Kanakamali, as we've stood by Po'e Palestina from the jump? over 200 years of pilina mekeia po'e Palestina. From the first map that was made by cartographers in Lahaina Luna in 1837 by Kanaka Maoli. Guess what is one of the first aina that we put on documents? Try guess. Try guess. All right? Palestina no. Or Palestina no. So what does that mean here in Hawaii? That means our kupuna stood on the right side. Our kupuna stood against Po'eho Okolonayo. Our kupuna will not moved by these people with no mana. Na na ya lako. A oheo lako mana. Ila hila vale. Ila hila vale. You guys know, I just stalling until you take the mic from me, huh? Po'eloha aina only. Kalamai. No leila. Oka po'eloha aina. Eo mai. Eo. 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 Naki ovai. Na puna vai.
Release the hostages!
Naki ovai.
Release the hostages!
Na puna vai. Kaulana. O Palestina. Ilani, can you join me in this one? Naki ovai. Na puna vai. Kaulana. O Palestina. Right, let's get a little rock with it. Naki ovai. Na puna vai. Kaulana. O Palestina. 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 Eo. 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 Aloha aina. Aloha aina. When I say aloha, you say aina. Aloha. 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 Aloha.
Release the hostages! How about that?
All right, let's give it up for Kauila. Aloha mai kako. O vau o ka ihilani ihupani laskonya no kane ohe a me wai manalo mai au a kai kei manawa ke nohene au I ka aina nani o Mānoa. My name is Ihilani Laskonya. I'm a proud Kupa Aina of Waimanalo, and I'm here as a Kanaka Maulian Filipina to stand for Palestine. Yeah! We see American flags here, and we see Zionist flags here because they think that they are in America. In the words of Kumuhonani K. Trask, they are not in America. You are in the occupied kingdom of Hawaii, and in a deoccupied Hawaii, in a sovereign kingdom, Zionists and imperialists and capitalists are not welcome. There is no home for you here in Ko Hawaii Kai Aina. Kanaka Maoli have told you this. Your own Jewish siblings have told you this. Listen to the people of this Aina. Listen to the folks who are in solidarity with us. I'm here today to tell you folks of the inherent connections between the occupation of Hawaii and Palestine. The occupation of Hawaii is inherently connected to the occupation. And we see this because we know that Israel would not exist if not for the United States. Israel as a country, as an entity, Zionism as an ideology is not something that was created on its own. It's a product of American imperialism. I read my books and therefore I know my history and I know yours as well. So we are here today because we know that the occupation of Hawaii and Palestine is inherently interconnected. One of the ways that we know this is through Senator Daniel K. Inouye. He is one of the most famed senators in Hawaii. He was a rapist, the things that you propose to be against, but you're not even knowing your own history. Senator Daniel K. Inouye created mass atrocities in Israel, so much so that he's the only senator, not just in the US, but the only non-Israeli US politician, or any politician for that matter, who has a weapons testing site named after him in Israel. If Hawaii weren't occupied, if Hawaii were sovereign, Daniel K. Inouye and the Asian settler colonialism that exists in Hawaii wouldn't have the ability to cause the atrocities that it does in Palestine. We know that the intense military occupation of Hawaii inherently arms and harms Palestinians, and we know this through RIMPAC. So RIMPAC, that stands for Rim of the Pacific, is a military exercise war games that happens every so many years. And although Israel is not considered as a country on the Rim of the Pacific, is it invited into RIMPAC? And Pohakuloa, Makua, every single military base that exists in Hawaii, but especially those two. Weapons development and testing exist, and it hurts and it harms our Aina. Bombs drop on Makua, bombs drop on Pohakuloa. Those weapons, in turn, in partnership with the University of Hawaii and Lockheed Martin, the Department of Defense, are then sold to the state of Israel using US American taxpayer dollars and then used to harm Palestinians. The bombs that harm our Aina are the ones that hurt Palestinians in Palestine. Our occupations are inherently interconnected. The struggle for Hawaiian sovereignty is also a struggle for the occupied Palestine, because we know that if demilitarization were to happen in Hawaii, the bombs would stop falling in Palestine and other occupied places. Not just in Palestine, but we're talking about Guam, American Samoa, Philippines, the Marshall Islands. You know? I heard an incredible Palestinian art and poet say that Palestine is free, the rest of the world is not. And we have amazing things to learn from amazing Palestinian artists and poets and organizers. We are here, we stand here today because we know our history. We know who our kupuna are. Do you? Do you know who your kupuna are? Because we stand on our Aina. And we know that our kupuna would not stand for this, so neither will we. As a Kanaka Maoli, as a Lahui Hawaii, we know that our freedom is inherently interconnected, and not the freedom that comes from US imperialism, not the freedom that comes from bombs and terrible policy and McCarthyism and fascism, things that we're seeing here today. We know that our sovereignty, our ea, is not in the form of a state, but the interdependent and intimate love and connection for Aina. If you do not know the winds and the rains and their inoa in your own language that's pili to that place, what is your connection there? We know our history, we know our language, so much so that we know the intimate relationship and connection that Kanaka Maoli and Palestinians have had. The occupation of Hawaii and Palestine is so much shorter when we're thinking about the generations and generations of pilian that we have before this. There was a time before colonialism, there will be a time after it. There was a time before Zionism, there will be a time after it. There was a time before US imperialism and occupation, and there will for sure as hell be a time after that. Know your mo kuahau, know your mo lelo. Free, free Palestine. Mahalo. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Yes, mahalo.
Naki ovai, na punavai, kaulana, o Palestina. 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 Naki ovai, na punavai, kaulana, O Palestine. Na ki ovai. Na punavai. Kaulana. 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 O Palestine. Na ikeia maukanaka. A ohe o la komana. Hila vale no shame. A ohe mana. Look, they're trying to agitate our kanaka kupa. Ike aloha aina. Na ya lawa. Hila. A ohe o la komana. They got no what? No what? They no more what? Nakamea he mau po e colonial vale no. These are colonizers. Oh, so shame ke po e colonial. They try to come and colonize our aina too. Oh, what does that mean for them to come to occupy our land, to occupy the aina of our kupuna? Who stood in solidarity with who? Kapo'e Palestina. With who? Solidarity with who? With who? Oi? Good, I know who needs to take my papa ola Hawai'i now. Okay. And so, mahalo nui wai ka po'e e Kapa'akea aina nei. Ua hea ia mai, ke kahi o kou kumu, ke kahi kumu o ka po'e la hui Hawai'i. Ka mea nana I waele I ke ala, no ke aloha aina, o na mamo e hiki mai ana. Please be ready for this amazing tree and protector of our lahui, who has stood as an aloha aina for generations with their ohana, for generations as a kumu, for generations as an aloha aina. And as they make their way up here, let's do it one more time. Na ki ovai, na punavai, kaulana, o Palestine. Na ki ovai, na punavai, kaulana, o Palestine. Eie ke kumu makala.
Oh, it's me again. Can I get rid of me? I never introduced myself. My name's Heoli Osorio. Some of the Zionists know my name already, which is cool. I love having friends. We had a great day today. Clap your hands if we had a great day today. Keep clapping your hands if you learned something new. Keep clapping your hands if you made a new friend. Keep clapping your hands if you want to free Palestine. Awesome. We are going to, because it was such a successful day, we are going to close up this space. It's funny. We're going to close up this space with mele in the way that our people always do. We're going to gather, we're going to hold hands. All are welcome to sing this mele with us. If you want to make one big circle, make one big circle. Pa'alima, if you feel comfortable. If you don't feel safe holding hands, then you can just stand shoulder to shoulder. I'm not a historian, so I can't tell you what year this song was written, but I can tell you it's super old. Oh yeah, not a historian, but an aloha aina on my aina. Cool, awesome. Okay, so this mele was not actually written by a Hawaiian. This mele was written by a haole. a song we sing at so many of our gatherings because the song speaks to how much we love this place and how much we love each other. It is indicative of the fact that you can come here, you can build relationships, ethical relationships with Kanaka and with this Aina and become an anti-imperialist. Become an anti-imperialist. This is the highest calling of life, to become an anti-imperialist, I tell you, my friends. Oh boy. You wish you had a microphone, yeah? Oh, poor thing. Okay, so we're gonna sing this mele. If you don't know this mele today, that's okay. You can go home, you can learn this mele. You come to the next event, you go know this mele. But if you know it, sing it loud, sing it proud, sing it for the thousands of people who have sang this mele before you on this Aina, literally right here, but also across this Pai Aina. We have taken this mele beyond this Pai Aina. So we're gonna sing this together. If you are so inclined, when we post singing, you can help pack things up, you can give hugs, it feels safe. Keep your ears open for when we're gonna gather again, right? Because freedom is a constant struggle, as my brilliant friend Angela Davis says. Okay, you guys ready to sing? Okay. Hey guys, y'all are welcome to be here, but we're gonna sing a song and that's sacred. So if you guys could honor the sacredness of the moment we're about to share together, I would really appreciate that since we are on Hawaiian land. Mahalo. E Hawai'i e kuone You guys have a safe night. Get home safe. We'll see you guys next time. Mahalo.